shot. Pressure closing in, delivers a strike. Richardson's going to the house. Robinson to the end zone.
Broad pick intercepted.
That's what great pass rushers do.
Under immediate pressure off the edge.
Oh my gosh.
Will Anderson gets home.
For Kincaid, who has it.
Intercepted. Once again, Gonzalez.
Jordan Addison just like that. And Smith and Jigba breaks free.
Mayer on top for the touchdown.
We have been getting ready for months, and it is finally here. It's the NFL Draft. Kansas City, the center of the football world. All these players, they've waited their entire lives hoping to hear their names called by Commissioner Roger Goodell. It is going to be a dream fulfilled. We find the new homes of the league's future stars. Quarterbacks taking center stage. A battle will be the first overall pick. Where will they land? The answers in just minutes. And with that, we welcome you to NFL Draft Center. It's presented exclusively now on YouTube and YouTube TV. It's NFL Sunday Ticket. There is so much to dissect over the course of the next 3 days. Mike Yam, Bucky Brooks, Lance Zierlein. These dudes have spent countless hours going through hundreds of players. This is an exciting time, though, not only for these players, but franchises and fans. The reality is the fortunes of entire franchises potentially change on a night like tonight.
Oh, it absolutely starts right here. Look, every talent evaluator, every decision maker will tell you we're in the talent acquisition business. And so this is the best way to procure your talent. You go and get a blue chip player, you put together a handful of those guys, it can reverse the fortunes of a franchise. So it's a big night tonight.
Tonight's about hope. It's about, making lots of comments about players you don't necessarily know. Being really mad about grading tests that haven't been taken yet. But it is about fans getting excited again. It's like a rebirth for fans to say, okay, we're not a good team right now, but now with this guy or that guy, we're going to be good. It's for fans to get upset. And it's just really cool to be part of something that has gotten so big over the years. You know, Mike, the draft is amazing. It's amazing there. I was at Chicago in 2016, and so was Bucky, and it was great. But, I mean, you look at it now, and it's absolutely 10 times what it was even then.
Off-season? What off-season are we dealing with?
It's draft season.
No, and that's really what it comes down to. And look, getting a look at Bryce Young, and he could be the first overall pick. I think Tom Pelissero put it best on NFL Total Access last week. He said, the NFL world in circles would be shocked if Bryce Young is not the number one overall pick. And yet, here we do have conversations about where this draft starts, maybe at number 2. I don't know if you guys feel like Bryce Young is going to be that guy.
I mean, Bryce Young is definitely going to be the number 1 pick. I think everyone is waiting for what happens at pick number 2. Houston Texans, that's going to be the one.
That's the one. 2 and 3, actually. I think 2 and 3 are both tough. And, there's rumors about Tennessee maybe making a trade up to number 3 with Arizona. Will Houston shock everyone and go with C.J. Stroud instead of Will Anderson? We've got some drama at 2 and 3 to start with, and then 4 gets the same thing going.
Yeah. We thought we knew what was going to happen at 2, that it was going to be quarterback. Last few weeks, though, there's a lot of smoke. But, heck, there's some franchises that already got good news before today. Jets fans, there's reason for celebration with Aaron Rodgers. Carolina, though, officially on the clock. Coming up next here on NFL Draft Center. We are minutes away from the draft officially kicking off. We'll take you to Kansas City. That is the site. Chiefs fans celebrating a Super Bowl victory, and then the local fan base getting to host the NFL draft. Certainly a lot of positive vibes, and fans looking forward to seeing if tonight will change their team's fortunes. Let's take you to Kansas City.
Come on. Let's go. Come on. I got it in stereo. Okay, welcome to Kansas City and the 2023 NFL Draft. For the first time since we took the draft on the road, we get to celebrate the draft in the Super Bowl winning city with fans of all 32 teams and the Chiefs Kingdom. As you can see, I have some friends on stage with me that you might recognize. They are Kansas City natives and love this community and their Chiefs. Give it up for Eric Stonestreet and Heidi Gardner of Big Slick, Kansas City.
Okay, Kansas City, I'm so happy to be here, and it is my honor to bring to the stage right now Chiefs legends Dante Hall and Will Shields. Give it up!
All right, Kansas City, I want to hear you. Home of the Super Bowl champions. This is how we do it. I get the distinct pleasure of welcoming two people you might recognize. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce.
Hold up. Kansas City, I think we can do a little bit better than that. Chiefs Kingdom, can I hear you out there?
All right. Hey, Chiefs Kingdom, we in this thing or what? Woo! Hey, we fought for our right to party, baby. How about it? This thing shiny or what? Goodell, you gonna give me this mic all night? Hey, you ready to trade up for the #1 pick this year or what? Beats, get him, Beats!
All right, Kansas City, it's time to get the show started. The 2023 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
Well, the Panthers made the biggest move in this draft already, and that was trading with the Chicago Bears to get their opportunity to take the #1 player, potentially on Lance's board here. Bryce Young, is it pretty obvious that this is the move for this organization?
I think so. Bryce Young, is probably the cleanest fit of all the quarterbacks. He's got 3 years of experience. He's been a winner. He's played in high leverage games. He's got good accuracy. He is mobile inside and outside of the pocket, can create. Is fairly accurate. There's a lot of things. I think his poise and really the mental makeup is what kind of sets him apart. So there's a lot of check marks that you that you check with Bryce Young. Bucky, the only one that you don't check, or the primary one, obviously, is size, and he's one of the true outliers we've seen in the NFL.
By the way, Lance, this is your top 10, and we're going to go through your rankings throughout the course of our draft coverage the next 3 days, brought to you by Visa. But are you buying this ranking?
He put top 300? You put your top 300 available?
Yeah, I'm not playing.
Like everybody?
I'm not playing.
Holy smokes.
I'm not playing. I told
everybody.
They said DJ came out with 150. I said, watch this. Bam. Double it.
Oh, my God.
Next year, I'm going to come with top 450.
It's unbelievable.
But, Bucky, these are, and kudos to you having the patience to go through over 400 players going through your analysis. But the tail of the tape, this has been the conversation, Bucky. Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, they're 1 and 2 on your quarterback rankings.
Yeah, 1 and 2. And so you have Bryce Young, who is the performer, versus the prototype in C.J. Stroud. Yeah. In most years, C.J. Stroud would be the guy that we're celebrating as the number 1 overall pick. He's the guy that has the size, the athleticism, the talent, the prowess in terms of in the pocket to be the guy. But in Bryce Young, you talk about someone who is absolutely special. This is a guy from the time he was in high school, he has been in charge of big brands. First going to Mater Dei High School in Santa Ana, leading them to 2 national titles, then going to a bigger brand in Alabama and winning the Heisman Trophy. And so when you think about the face of the franchise, we want someone who's presidential. Bryce Young has shown the ability to do all the things that you expect from a franchise quarterback.
Questions about his height, his frame, that has dominated the talk about this number 1 overall pick, specifically for him. I hadn't heard this before, but last week doing NFL Total Access, LaDainian Tomlinson, Brian Baldinger, both of those guys said that's actually an advantage for him. I hadn't heard it put this way, but Lance, when you're doing your evaluations, we just saw Bryce Young getting ready to hopefully hear his name called for his sake. Is that at all a concern? Is it a factor as you're evaluating?
Well, yeah. I mean, when you're evaluating, it really doesn't matter unless you've got tape that shows and you got instances that shows that maybe he's got durability issues. I think, when it comes to evaluating, the only thing I can do is watch tape. And what I see is occasionally, like from a size standpoint, he's only 5'10" and a half in that neighborhood. And so sometimes when he's in the pocket to get the ball over the offensive and defensive line, the ball will come out a little bit high and will sail on him a little bit. So, when you're 6'4" in a pocket and you've got a tall release, it's a little easier to throw straight and throw down on the throw. But for Bryce, it's a little different. But he's always been this size. As he'll tell you, I've always been this height. I've always been this size. And so it's much easier for him to acclimate to the body type. I talked to John Beck, his quarterback coach, preparing for the draft. And John Beck said, former NFL quarterback, he said, Bryce is great at recognizing spatial relationship, seeing the helmet, seeing the uniform, and making throws to spaces. It's because he's always done that. It hasn't been hard for him.
So the interesting conversation about Bryce Young, talking to a former NFL head coach about Bryce Young, he said, look, he is absolutely the guy, but one of the things that you have to bake into the evaluation is he's probably going to miss a game or 2 a year because of his size. And so that durability is a concern. So the most important player is the guy that's behind him. And so Andy Dalton, having Andy Dalton in place to back him up, the Carolina Panthers have to be prepared for Bryce Young to miss some games because he's a little smaller.
And look, this is a new regime. We know Frank Reich now is their head coach. We just showed you their draft room presented by Visa. You've been in those rooms. Take me through what those conversations are like. And look, they got the number 1 overall pick, so they know they're not waiting and anticipating what's going to happen. They're controlling this first selection.
Yeah, they are controlling this first selection. And it's funny because Scott Fitter and I work together with the Seattle Seahawks, and so he has an opportunity to run the draft now, like really with autonomy, because he didn't have that with Matt Rule. So now he has an opportunity to pick the player that he wants. And thinking about all the meetings that they've had, they've gone through the checks and balances and what they want to see. But I think the experience that Scott Fitterer had with Russell Wilson makes him very, very comfortable with Bryce Young. And even though they're different prospects in terms of their size and those things, because Russell Wilson was successful as a diminutive quarterback, it probably gave Scott Fitterer the confidence to say, hey, I can hand the keys to the kingdom to Bryce Young and feel good about him being able to succeed.
What do you think it was, Lance, in this process? If Carolina does go with Bryce Young, who we're looking at with Nick Saban, what do you think separates him from C.J. Stroud?
Well, I think consistency on the field, on tape. I think that's one thing. I think polish is another thing, frankly, that he's a very polished person. He is really easygoing in terms of, his mannerisms when he's speaking with people. I think when it comes to his ability to work in an NFL offense, he had Bill O'Brien the last 2 years, and Bill O'Brien was much maligned at times from Texans fans, but as a general manager, and sometimes Alabama fans around the red zone. But let me tell you, it's a big advantage to have a guy like Bill O'Brien as an offense coordinator the last 2 years, because he's going to have Bryce Young more prepared for the NFL game.
Some of these quarterbacks that are going to get selected tonight, round number 1, not all of them have to worry about starting in week number 1.
Right.
Bryce Young, the reality is, you mentioned Andy Dalton. They bring him in this offseason. Bryce is going to be that week 1 starter for this ball club.
I mean, absolutely. Like as much as we talk about all of that, last year I think we saw 69, 70 quarterbacks, different quarterbacks start. And so when we think about the young quarterbacks coming in, at some point you have to get your mind around an unpolished product going out there and starting games. And so with Bryce Young, it's different. Number 1 overall pick, he is going to get the first bite of the apple.
Lance, do you like this as a fit, though?
I think it's a tough fit, to be honest. If you look at what's there at wide receiver, I think there's a lot of work to be done. I think they could get a little better on the offensive line. You just took the top running back and moved him for draft picks. So I think year 1 is going to be tough, but I think that's another thing. Bryce Young, to me, is, I think from a mental makeup standpoint, in pretty good shape to handle adversity. And I think that's another important part of drafting a guy 1-1. First pick of the first round is that the mental toughness to handle adversity, because you're not getting picked first by a good football team.
Yeah.
And so I think that's another thing that kind of separates him as well. But it's going to be tough. You got to protect him. You got to have a plan for him.
The pick officially in. We'll get you to Kansas City in just a moment here. The anticipation for a fan base, for a front office. Just what's it like on the other side, the emotional aspect of it?
I mean, you're really excited, especially if you're the Carolina Panthers. You needed a franchise quarterback for some time. You finally get a guy that you identify as the guy that can take your franchise to the next level. And so the excitement is in the building. And because of what we talked about, him being a franchise player, him being presidential in his appearance, the way that he handles the brand, you feel good. Dave Tepper will feel great about Bryce Young representing the Panthers. That's a big part of the evaluation as well.
Yeah, Bryce Young, you go through some of the numbers and what he was able to accomplish in his career. It really is impressive. And then the lineage, the recent lineage in terms of Alabama quarterbacks. He could be the 4th Alabama quarterback selected in the first round of the common draft era. Of course, Mac Jones, the most recent one. We saw some success from the New England Patriots quarterback that rookie season. We've spent a lot of time this offseason talking about what he was doing. But we'll talk about the Patriots in just a little bit. This is about the Panthers.
With the first pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama.
It's official. Bryce Young, the new face of the franchise for the Carolina Panthers. They moved up weeks ahead of the draft to be able to pick the guy that they thought would be the face of their franchise and didn't have to worry about any other selection in this draft. Lance, you said it. Hey, this is a little bit of a tough fit from a new quarterback's perspective, having to step in week number 1 and be the starting quarterback, but this is the reality.
Well, our own David Carr can tell you that. He walked into a Texan spot where he was the first quarterback ever in an expansion team and got crushed, by poor pass protection. I don't think that's what we're looking at here, certainly with Carolina, but I do think, the Texans had a plan for David Carr and it got scrapped. This is way back in 2002. I think the Panthers are better set up from maybe a standpoint of having a good feel for how to handle things with Frank Reich. And I think this will be a good fit. And I know a lot of people talked about the fact that Frank Reich had never had a quarterback, he'd never had a starting quarterback at the beginning of the season under 6'4". But this is one of those things where you can't say nothing about the size, Bucky. You have to acknowledge the size. It is a concern for NFL people, but he's also a really good quarterback.
He is a really good quarterback. Now, the size is a concern because when quarterbacks get hit, they get hurt. And we've seen some of the best quarterbacks, some of the bigger quarterbacks get hit and do it. But And Bryce Young, what you're talking about, is a very polished player from the pocket, a guy who has all those things that you talked about. We talked about that point guard ability in terms of ability to distribute, let the playmakers do all the things that you want to see him do. And so when I look at him, he does remind me of Drew Brees when he was coming out. The pocket awareness, the feel, the presence that he displays, and more importantly, the poise. This is a very accurate playmaker, a very accurate passer who consistently drops dime after dime after dime. When you go through and you look at his log of games, Yammer, it's hard to find a bad game from him. And so sometimes it's not necessarily about how high the ceiling is, it's how high the floor is. And his floor is extremely high.
So one thing I would point out, we're seeing videos of that Longhorn game. I think it was week 2 or week 3. I was at that game in the stands. Wife is a Longhorn. My son's a freshman at Alabama.
There you go.
I'm just trying to watch a good football game. I don't need all that drama in my life in the stands. And yet there I was. But one thing that really stuck with me is that, it was clear he didn't have the same threats around him that he once had. He had Jahmyr Gibbs that game, basically, and Jahmyr was great. But he really locked in Bryce Young in the fourth quarter, unbelievably poised. He recognized what he could get on that last game-winning drive. And I think it's that poise and understanding of how to get to that hyper-focused place at the most opportune times, the most important times. It really sets him apart from a lot of different quarterbacks, honestly, not just in this draft, but in general. He is really poised, as Bucky mentioned. And it's not just the poise. He brings it at the most important times.
I'm also wondering, too, and by the way, I mean, congratulations from a Carolina fan's perspective. I mean, you get the #1 overall pick. Last time they had the #1 overall pick, it was Cam Newton. And by the way, that played out pretty well for that franchise and that organization. I know Cam's trying to get back into the league. And by the way, Houston's pick is in that draft. We were kind of joking that it would start there. We will get to Kansas City in just a moment here. But once again, we saw some of those pieces of the puzzle. To me, still offensive line is maybe the biggest question of need right now. You could also go on the defensive side with edge, but is that a position where they might be going, or maybe even wide receiver later?
Well, look, I think now that you've made the investment in the quarterback, everything is about making sure the quarterback is comfortable. So it's offensive line, it's playmakers, it's making sure you have the weapons around it. I will say this, though. Normally when you have a young quarterback, the best way to get him up and going, veteran receivers. They signed Adam Thielen, which can't be underestimated. They need someone that can be at those spots so he can trust, so he can let the ball go, because he has to know that those guys are going to be exactly where you expect them to.
Okay, so once again, Carolina, the #1 overall pick is Bryce Young. Will it be another quarterback at 2 to the Houston Texans? We will find out momentarily as we take you inside the draft room for that Houston Texans team. DeMeco Ryans, the new head coach. The draft room is presented by Verizon. We kind of joked a little bit earlier here. There was some smoke about not taking a quarterback. And once again, the pick is in, and maybe it's C.J. Stroud, but it might be a defensive player here. What makes the most sense for this organization?
Well, I think what makes the most sense is quarterback. But, all we've heard about behind the scenes is Will Anderson. But, Stroud, from a talent standpoint, you don't have a quarterback. C.J. Stroud is the most accurate quarterback of the top quarterbacks in this draft, and they're going to play in an offense in a West Coast scheme that really requires good ball placement and accuracy and touch, and that's something he throws with. The question is, will they go with a quarterback here, or will they build up everything around? I thought it was between the defensive ends, but there's been some late buzz on C.J. Stroud being the guy. There was always a thing with, would the owners, if the owners wanted quarterback, would they step in and make sure that this is a quarterback? Is C.J. Stroud just flown under the radar because the Texans did an amazing job of smoke screening this entire thing? That's possible, too.
You like Stroud here?
I mean, I like Stroud as a player. I actually like the potential fit, but I want to make sure that the coaching staff and Stroud are going to be on the same page. If they're on the same page, look, it can work, but I just don't know. It's too many things haven't added up, because it seems like it should have been a slam dunk that he was going to be the pick for them.
Yeah, well, look, and once again, and maybe that was trying to figure out, hey, if there's another quarterback that we like, maybe we move down, and maybe we take one of those defensive guys. I started to think it might be one of those defensive guys, knowing it's DeMeco Ryans, but we officially find out who it is right now as we take it back to Kansas City.
With the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State.
So for all the reports and the speculation that the Texans might not go with the quarterback and it could be a defensive player, well, it turns out they said, no, it's all about the offense. And we now have our guy, a sense of relief as you look at C.J. Stroud here. Looks like he's got some weight off his shoulder. Maybe he didn't even know that this was going to be the selection.
No, I don't think he did. And you see, he's been through a lot. Right? He's been through a lot. There have been comments here, comments there, the S2 cognition test. And really what he did in the last game he played was have his best game of his career against the team that won the national championship in back-to-back seasons. That's the last that we've seen him play football, was having a brilliant game against Georgia. And I think there's a level of relief here for C.J. Stroud. We see it right now as he walks up on the stage. And, Bucky, you have to feel happy for the kid. I tell you, like you said, everything needs to be good between quarterback and coordinator and offensive scheme. But one thing that Houston Texans fans are going to love is the fact that they drafted quarterback C.J. Stroud. Texans fans are thrilled right now.
They should be thrilled. Because I think you can make the case that C.J. Stroud would be the best quarterback in this draft class when we look back on it in 3 years. We talk about the prototypical stuff that you look for in a quarterback. He checks off all the boxes. We can talk about natural arm talent, maybe the most natural thrower in this draft class. Throws with outstanding touch, timing, and anticipation. We have seen him at his best carve up some of the best defenses in college football. And when we think about the way the game has been played for the last 30 years, C.J. Stroud plays it in that manner. Rhythm, accuracy, all of the timing, all those things. And so, to me, it made sense for the Texans to do it. I just don't know why we had to do all of that other stuff, beating him up on the way to him being the second pick in the draft.
Yeah, I don't understand it either. And that's what makes me think that this wasn't. I do know the Texans had been fielding calls about potentially trading. I don't know exactly how we got to this point because I don't think it was a slam dunk C.J. Stroud this entire time. So I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I am curious, as I told people, I said this on Twitter, if you hear C.J. Stroud with the second pick, don't be shocked if you see the Texans make another move up. They've got draft capital this year and next year. They could make another trip up the board to go target a defensive player as well. So I would not rule out the Texans as a trade-up team moving forward.
One other point that I want to bring up here. You saw the look on Stroud's face once it was announced. Like I classified it as relief. He got onto that stage, and then I think the moment probably hit him a little bit. You had said, hey, it wasn't a slam dunk. Does that matter if you're C.J. Stroud at this point?
Oh, well, I think a couple of things matter. He absolutely was beat up throughout this process.
Yeah.
Every year there's one quarterback that gets all the stuff, and C.J. Stroud was the guy. A couple years ago it was Justin Fields. And so for C.J. Stroud, he's had to hear all of the stuff. He's had to hear about the S2 test. He's had to hear about all the other stuff about him not being worthy Ohio State quarterbacks. And so that has to sit in your craw a little bit. And I would expect that all of that stuff will certainly motivate him to play. Now, will it have an impact on his performance? I don't know. But I do know at this moment, he probably couldn't fully enjoy it because of all the other stuff that he had to walk through to get to the commissioner.
That throw we just showed was my favorite throw of the year on him, where he went through 4 progressions and then he escaped the pocket, he directed traffic and threw with perfect pinpoint precision on the move. Let me tell you, when he shows that he can do that, get through all those progressions, that flies in the face of what supposedly Ohio State quarterbacks don't do. So he showed up, supposedly he doesn't move, but out of choice, I think he needs to move more.
But is the progression, is it always there consistently? Because not for nothing here, David Carr, who you brought up a little bit earlier, I said to him on Total Access a few weeks ago, what's the difference between Stroud and Bryce Young? And he said processor. He said, when I watch Bryce Young, boom, 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 he goes through the progression like this. You just showed me a throw, and I'm with you. I mean, goes through the progression, 4 different reads, finds his guy. Is that consistent, though, in his skill set?
Doesn't have to be. Look who he throws to. Guys are open quick. I mean, we have to factor this in, too. He plays in an offense, and it's not the offensive coordinator or the head coach's job in college to get you ready to be a pro quarterback. His job is to win, and they've got offenses designed at Ohio State, for example, to score as many points as they possibly can, and they're darn good at it, too. But when he gets to the pro level, he's got to be a little different type of quarterback, but he's also throwing to wide receivers. It's not their fault that they get open for him and he hits it to, he throws it with accuracy to open wide receivers. To David's point, yeah, he's right. He hasn't had to do that. but it doesn't mean that he can't do it. Ability to do something is something you look for, as Bucky will tell you. You just try to find the flashes on tape.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, having known both of these guys since they were in high school, having watched them compete together, having coached both of them, like, these guys are on it in terms of, like, A-plus prospects, guys who have all the things that you look for. But I'll say this about C.J. Stroud. I feel like people have slept on him throughout the whole process. There's been a lot of unnecessary chatter about his game. More times than not, when we look at a guy who deals from the pocket primarily, we never talk about the athleticism. He was beat up because he didn't run enough. At no point have we talked about we want our quarterbacks to run around in the pocket. And so I can't wait for C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young to have an opportunity to do what they do on the field, because I think we'll appreciate them more when they play as pros.
Here's the beauty of it. We are not done talking about both of these quarterbacks, but let's go.
There it is.
I knew that this was going to happen, me and everyone else. We kind of felt like at number 3, the Arizona Cardinals were going to decide, like,
Will Anderson.
Exactly. And Ian Rappaport saying at number 3, the Arizona Cardinals.
Shout out to our boy DJ.
Yeah.
DJ nailed this in his mock draft. He had Stroud 2 and a trade up with Will Anderson at 3. And that's one of the things so now the owner gets who he wants. D'Amico gets who he wants.
You can see how happy D'Amico Ryans is right now, going, hey, I got another dude on this edge that could be a difference maker. And look, I don't know if the exact quote was something to the effect that when he was describing some of these guys, Will Anderson, he said, yo, that's like my Bosa here.
Oh, yeah.
When he was with the Niners.
So you think about what D'Amico Ryans wanted to do. He wants to replicate what they were able to do with the San Francisco 49ers successfully. Big up front, dominate at the point of attack, and then allow your guys to cover. The San Francisco 49ers have been able to be a perennial contender because their defense was able to win on the backs of that defensive front line. Now D'Amico Ryans could be trying to replicate that by getting his own set of monsters at the point of attack.
And look, we are speculating that it's going to be Will Anderson. You got to imagine if it's not Anderson,
maybe Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson could be
the pick.
It could absolutely be in the pick. But the whole point is you're not moving up to probably take another offensive play. Right? Like
I don't think that's going to happen.
No, this is going to be Will Anderson. I mean, I think this is who the Texans want. I think the plan was, and once again, if they could get C.J. Stroud, the only way I think they were taking Stroud to is if they knew they had a trade-up scenario. So I think they had a trade-up scenario pegged, because what you can't do is go Will Anderson 2 and then leave C.J. Stroud out there so Arizona has all the all the leverage.
Yeah, it's a good point. Let's get you to Kansas City and find out exactly who the pick is.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the 3rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 3rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr., linebacker, Alabama.
Lance, you called it. You said that this is the pick, the answer, the reason why Houston is moving up. In very short order, the Texans feel like they're the arrow's pointing up in such a massive way for this organization.
Well, it's, so fans were so excited when D'Amico Ryans. You got to understand, in Houston, as Bucky knows, we've got the Rockets and the Texans are in shambles, right? So now the Houston Texans hired D'Amico Ryans. Everyone is excited. And all this momentum builds. And then Will Anderson from a championship caliber Alabama team, great football character. The real excitement, though, was it was going to be dashed a little without a quarterback. Now, not only do you get quarterback, you take the top 2 players potentially on the Texans board, or certainly I think Bryce Young was the first quarterback, but you give them, the fans, what they want, and you give your team what they want. This is the best case scenario to keep the excitement up and to get the juice back into an organization. When an organization loses its juice, it's hard. And DJ's been there, and it's been a mausoleum that they've been playing in, frankly, the last 2 or 3 years, and that's going to change this year.
It's absolutely going to change, but here's what I would say. D'Amico Ryans was going for football character on this one. He's going for an outstanding football player who understands the process of getting ready. You'll see the power, you see the instincts, you'll see this guy dominate at the point of attack. And the one thing that we do know about evaluating this position, sack production doesn't lie. 34.5 sacks, 62 tackles for loss, dominates consistently off the edge. And there are people that are talking about this year being a down year for him, but he played fewer snaps.
Yeah.
And so pressure rate was up, number of plays were down, and so he still is able to dominate. For DeMeco Ryans, he wanted his version of Nick Bosa, but now he has him because this guy is a technical marvel when it comes to pass rush.
I'm looking at some of the numbers here, and they are crazy. Your SEC Defensive Player of the Year, Anderson led FBS playing quarterback pressures in 2020, 60 as a true freshman, 82 in 2021. And how about this from Ian Rappaport? Here are the details. Number 3 and 105 overall for the Texans for 1233. And a 2024 first and a third.
It's a lot.
That is a lot to move up.
It's a lot. Remember, you have 2 firsts next year, your own first and the first from the Deshaun Watson trade, so you had some capital. I think what the Texans are basically saying here is we want somebody who is going to change culture in the locker room, and Will Anderson, by all accounts, is kind of a culture changer as well. Not only is he a good football player that fits DeMeco Ryans, you want the right guys in the locker room to start being leaders too.
Was the gap so significant that between Wilson and Anderson that you think Houston needed to give up this much capital? Like, I don't know if you necessarily have to move with Arizona to go and get Anderson or Wilson if you thought
Look,
that it was close.
I think sometimes we've talked about this draft, and we talked about the amount of blue chip players that are in this draft. Sometimes you got to have enough conviction and go and get the guy that you want. And so if you're DeMeco Ryans, you're starting out the franchise, you want someone who's going to embody all of the traits that you're trying to create when it comes to establishing the culture. This guy, Will Anderson, is not only an A-plus dude, but he is an outstanding player. And so you put all of that together with what DeMeco wants to do, I think, yes, it's worth giving up all that. Now, he has to play and put up numbers that amount to that, but he is an outstanding player.
Am I the only one looking at what Houston has done in the free agency period and now with these first 2 picks and going, hey, a 3-win season? It doesn't look like a 3-win team this upcoming season, not just because of Anderson and Stroud, but I look at Robert Woods now in the fold, Jimmy Ward on the defensive side, who DeMeco must have loved from his time with the Niners, Dalton Schultz. Like, this team is upgraded in such a big way, at least in my mind.
Yeah, but it's a lot of one-year deals. Like Schultz is a one-year deal. You know, this year in free agency, the money wasn't there in wave 2 like a lot of people expected. And so there's a lot of one-year deals right now. But what you can do is show a guy like Dalton Schultz, hey, you know, it's a feeling out period for both sides. And so if Dalton Schultz likes what the Texans are doing and the Texans like what Schultz brings to the table, I mean, you just give him a deal next year. You're going to have free agency money available. So it's still a series of one-year deals, but they're much more competitive this year. Already on paper, they're much more competitive.
I think the one-year deal is actually kind of a bonus. You got a bunch of dudes who are basically got to show up and ball out for another long-term potential contract.
The only issue with the Houston Texans is the AFC is absolutely loaded.
Yeah.
We can talk about all the quarterbacks in the AFC, and C.J. Stroud is an outstanding prospect, but there's a difference between being a prospect and a player. And now you jump into a conference that is absolutely loaded from top to bottom with quarterbacks: Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Pat Mahomes, on and on and on and on and on. And so we talk about all those guys, and so they will look better on paper, but they could still finish with the same record. We won't be able to really respect their progress. But, yeah, it's a very competitive AFC, and so we'll see how good they are.
Yeah. Lynch, we're going to add something on
No, I just think, you know,
it's Duval. You want to go Duval? You want to yell out Duval? Because they own the division right now.
I do.
Duval does own the division. But look how fast it can change.
Yeah. It can flip.
I mean, look how fast it can flip when you get a quarterback.
Quarterback and then free agency money. I mean, Jacksonville was not shy about
all of a sudden,
cash.
we got the Colts coming up. Are they going quarterback here? Will Levis or Anthony Richardson?
Ooh!
It's going to be a young quarterback central now.
This is the part. This is what we've been waiting on.
This is the intriguing pick of the NFL first round. Let's take it to Kansas City and hear from the commish.
With the 4th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida.
Well, I'm telling you, this was a conversation that I had with, I think it was Bucky, where...
I know what Bucky, how he felt about this.
So, listen, it's funny because I had a conversation with the general manager, and we were just talking about players. He's not going to tell me what he's doing. But I was down on the combine floor, and I saw Chris Ballard, and I've known him. He used to live in Houston. And I said, you couldn't get a guy like Richardson. He goes, why not? And I said, he's too raw. You got to win right now. And Chris Ballard said, Lance, I will never, he said, I got a contract. I will never, ever do what I think is not best for the team. I will draft the guy that I believe is best for the team, not this year, but for the franchise in general, whether I'm going to be there as a general manager or not. And he said, and we've got Shane Steichen, and he's pretty good with all kinds of quarterbacks. And then through the process, Bucky, we just stopped hearing Anthony Richardson's name. And then I started realizing, wait a minute, Ballard stopped talking about Richardson. That's a little suspicious. It's a little suspicious. But I know you're a little up and down on Richardson. Where are you right now in the process? We know the highs, we know the lows. Where are you right now?
Oh, no, look, we put all that stuff to bed that we talked about on Path to the Draft and do a real evaluation on Anthony Richardson. Look, he has rare traits. To me, this is like an NBA type pick. In the NBA, you draft people on pure potential, pure traits, and all of those things. And so with Anthony Richardson, that's what you have. Like, you're talking about super duper the physical dimensions, a guy who can run around and make plays. So you see the comparison. Colin Kaepernick. Remember when Colin Kaepernick came in from Nevada? It was raw. It wasn't always pretty. Very productive. More productive in college than Anthony Richardson was. But you saw how Colin Kaepernick took over the league for a short span of time. This guy has outstanding instincts and awareness, particularly with the ball in his hands. The one thing about Anthony Richardson that we have to see, he has to have more playing time so we can see what he actually can do. Right now, it's all potential. We'll see if he can turn that potential into performance and production.
Yeah, you see the comparison between Anthony Richardson and Kaepernick. That comparison, by the way, brought to you by Little Caesars, the official pizza sponsor of the NFL Draft. He was the talk of Indianapolis. Everyone left Indy, and they talking about one dude, Anthony Richardson, the measurables. You talk about that athleticism. What about quarterback play, Lance? Like when you watch the tape, everyone is pointing to the negative, which is the completion percentage, hovering about 53% or so. Obviously, there's more to playing the position than just hitting some of those guys when you talk about the athletic ability of him.
So, winning games means you got to eventually win from the pocket. It's not all the time, but you have to do that. But if you go to game 1 against Utah, Anthony Richardson is really good against Utah. It's the first game of the year, and I mean, this is a throw from that game right here. He is making reads. Oh, no, it was Kentucky. He is making the right reads. His footwork is good. The mechanics are good. Everything looked great. And it's the first game of the year. It gets sloppy after that, right? So, but what it tells me is that he got it tightened up, and his coaches got it tightened up to start the year. Now it's just a memory of continuing to work on muscle memory, continuing the process. He hasn't played in very many games as an NFL starter. And so what you're looking at right now is a guy who can do it, and he can do things like this. Like, obviously you can't coach moves like that. He has one of the greatest mixtapes I've ever seen. People found the 5 best plays, and they are incredible 5 plays, and we'll see them all here. But what I like about Anthony Richardson for the Colts is that Chris Ballard will be patient. I think Irsay will be patient, and Shane Steichen has just come off of working with Jalen Hurts, who really was a guy willing to work and get better. And he had an elite football character as well.
You told me, Lance, that you had that conversation with Ballard. You're like, hey, you can't take Richardson. You got to win right now.
Right.
Bucky, can Richardson win right now with this team as you look at some of those pieces?
The one thing that I would say, Shane Steichen has experience because remember, he just took Jalen Hurts and created an offense for Jalen Hurts that allowed him to be successful. So now you take a similar blueprint, even though they're different players, but there's a path and a blueprint to success with Anthony Richardson. With Jonathan Taylor behind him, you're talking about we're going to be a rough and tumble physical team. We're going to run the football, and then you have to figure out how can I supplement the running game with the passing game that works for Anthony Richardson.
4.43 40. That was the fastest among the quarterbacks. It was ridiculous watching the vert. We saw all the athletic ability. He's got all of it. Now, all of a sudden, they got to figure out how to make sure that he is in a position to succeed. A healthy Jonathan Taylor, I would imagine, would also help the prospect of some W's for this Colts squad. By the way, we continue to get you all these picks. It is an exciting day for the NFL. It is the draft, day number 1. We saw the first 4 picks off the board. Seattle now officially on the clock. Yeah, just to recap for you, Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson after a trade between Arizona and Houston. He is Texans bound, and Anthony Richardson off the board going to the Colts. Where does Seattle fit into the mix? found out. Coming up next. Round number 1 of the 2023 NFL Draft. You're watching NFL Draft Center. First 4 picks officially in the books. Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson to the Houston Texans as well. And then the Colts taking Anthony Richardson. NFL Sunday Ticket is now exclusively on YouTube and YouTube TV. You can sign up today to get their lowest full season price of the year. Seahawks officially on the clock. Is there a position of need that you think stands out the most for this team?
I mean, they can do anything, but I would say they need someone up front that can get after the quarterback.
We'll find out if it's going to be one of those defensive linemen. Take you back to Kansas City.
With the 5th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon, cornerback, Illinois.
Devin Witherspoon, one of the more physically gifted, and I should just maybe just end it at physical in terms of that cornerback position. Bucky was the #1 corner on your board. What do you make of the selection here, knowing what's already available to the Seattle squad?
I'll say so. The Seattle Seahawks have completely remade their defense over the course of the offseason. They bring Bobby Wagner back. Jan Reed comes back. They signed Draymond Jones. And so the piece that was missing was, can they recreate the LOB, the Legion of Boom? Tariq Woolen played outstanding as a rookie, but now you need someone on the other side that can lock down. You get that in Devin Witherspoon, who has a versatile game. Not only is he a press corner, but he can play off, has the technique, the instincts, the awareness to shine. This is a really solid pick. It really completes their secondary because, remember, they brought Julian Love over. They have a lot of intriguing pieces in the back end.
Yeah,
it's interesting, though, philosophically, though, they used to just go get cornerbacks outside of the first round. And this is not only a first-round pick, but an early pick. But it also speaks to why this draft is going to be so wild, as we're already seeing. It's a wild draft, and here's why. You know, I just don't think that they could get the pick they wanted, the picks they wanted to trade back. I know John Schneider had been hoping to trade back. I'd heard from some people in the organization, and I think when you can't do that, and I don't think they're going to take Jalen Carter, you just start looking at who the best players are at a position of need, and this is really the perfect fit. And for me, the range for Witherspoon was 5 to 7 because he's a great playmaker. He's extremely tough. And I just think basically you just say, let's go get the best player available. And Bucky, and I'll let you handle this one because the thing for me with Witherspoon is the coaches love him. Defensive back coaches love him. General managers love him. And they love him because of his ball skills and how competitive he is. The term dog is used too often. Oh, yeah. It's not used too often for him, though.
No, absolute dog. Dog mentality is what you want. A very feisty and competitive guy. A guy who's going to kind of raise the level of competitiveness when he steps onto the field. And if you know anything about Seattle, they always talk about competing. Competition is everything in that building. Well, he's a super competitive dude. Now you have him playing on one side, Tariq Woolen playing on the other side. And don't forget about Kobe Bryant, who plays in the nickel. Talk about 3 young guys, a secondary that gets to grow together. You have to like this if you're Pete Carroll because he loves his cornerbacks.
When you guys were evaluating the tape, how much of a tone setter is he? Because, I got a lot of eyes over the course of the last couple seasons watching Christian Gonzalez. It looks different than what Witherspoon brings to the table.
You're talking about with Christian versus with Witherspoon?
Yeah.
Well, they're different types of players, completely different types of players. I think Witherspoon is an in-your-face, like Christian Gonzalez is the ballerina. He looks perfect. He is the sports car. Christian Gonzalez, though, is Devin Witherspoon is the grinder. I mean, he's the guy that's going to be in your face from the snap, and then when the ball is thrown, he's going to want it as bad as anybody on the field. So when the ball goes up, he thinks he's a wide receiver.
Yeah, Witherspoon, by the way, led the FBS in terms of the corner position according to PFF with a 92.5 coverage grade. That was second in the country. All right, here we go. The Detroit Lions on the clock. Their pick, we bring it to you coming up next. You know, it's the NFL draft, so you get some drama. We've already seen one trade go down involving the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, the Houston Texans moving up to the 3rd pick of the draft and deciding to take quarterback at 2, and then with the 3rd pick taking Will Anderson. Well, Arizona moving back up in this draft, trading with the Detroit Lions. That's the compensation. You make a move, there must be a guy that you like. Anything that makes a lot of sense in terms of need or fit or just knowing who's on the board for Arizona.
Well, I think you have to look at who's ahead. Anytime somebody trades up, you look at who are they trading up in front of and what does that team want. And I think that team would be the Raiders, and a lot of people have put cornerback Christian Gonzalez with the Raiders. And you've seen him, Mike. Christian Gonzalez is a guy who at Colorado was a very good player. He went over to Oregon and was a very good player. He's one of the rare cornerbacks that I've studied personally in terms of height, weight, explosiveness, and fluidity. But it's a huge need for Arizona, so I think they may have traded up for corner. That's my guess.
Man, pass rusher. Like normally, if you're going to get in the top 10, you want a pass rusher. So we think about the marquee positions: quarterback, offensive tackle, pass rusher. Those are normally ones. Maybe cornerback here, but man, the Arizona Cardinals have so many things. They cannot get after the pass. They need a pass rusher.
All right, we're thinking defense. We'll find out officially what that pick is as we hear from the commissioner, Roger Goodell.
The Detroit Lions have traded the 6th pick to the Arizona Cardinals. With the 6th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr., Ohio State.
You, in a lot of ways, and I know we were talking defense,
Right.
but in terms of your mock draft, you nailed this because you actually had Paris Johnson at 3.
I couldn't come up with a player to give Arizona. Honestly, I'm on the plane finishing my mock, headed from Houston to LA, and I'm staring at my computer screen for an hour, and I can't figure out what to do at 3 and 4. Now you see why I was confusing. 3 was a trade, and 4 went Anthony Richardson, which blew us all away. Nothing felt clean with 3 and 4. I ended up putting Paris Johnson there because it was a need. He's the top tackle on the board, but I wasn't sure where they would trade out to. So I just plugged him into 3 to make things easier on myself. So this is still a good pick. I just thought where they traded, it might be Christian Gonzalez, but you know, you jump up ahead of the Bears, who need tackle at 9. The Raiders need right tackle at 7. This also makes a lot of sense in terms of getting in front of certain teams.
Bucky, the difference between me, you, and Lance is actually working on his mock on the plane. I'm sitting there watching movies, trying to figure out what to go and watch.
I wish I was you.
Yeah.
Listen to the podcast.
Dude, exactly. I'm listening to you
no love
on the
for my
podcast. So
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
you like Johnson, though. I know you had him on your big
You know,
board, too.
it was so funny. Last minute switch for Peter Skoronski to put him over top because of versatility. But I absolutely love this dude. When I go back and I look at my notes, the athleticism, the finishing skill, the violence that he played with, all of those things. To me, what this signals, Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort are all in on Kyler Murray. Because your first pick is something that is a person who is designed to protect the franchise quarterback. And in Paris Johnson, you have someone who does that. Smooth mover, smooth with his footwork, and pass pro, long arms, can dominate in the running game. You see him just drive and finish. And this is the thing that shows up on tape. And so if you're the Arizona Cardinals and you're making the first pick in a new era, you're showing who they want to be. They want to get this offense right. They want to make sure that Kyler Murray, the franchise, is always protected.
It's really a case of, you know, with a lot of Ohio State tackles that I watch, you see all the traits, you see the talent, but they still need some refinement from an offensive line standpoint. They always come out a year early, usually, so they're not as developed. But this guy has a lot. Paris Johnson has a lot of what you want out of an offensive tackle. My dad was an offensive line coach for years, including at Arizona, where you know, he had a little less to work with than a guy like Paris Johnson, and yet, you know, he made it work. And guys like Bobby Massey got a lot better, and DJ Humphries got a lot better. But I think with Paris, what you're basically saying is we want to make sure that Kyler Murray is protected. We've made the commitment to Kyler financially. We've got to make this work. And the best way to make it work is not have him running around and running for his life so much.
Do you like the move up, though, to go and grab Johnson?
Well, did you see what they just got from Houston?
Oh, man.
They got a bag full of picks.
There's some capital because I, you know, from a Lions perspective, they get the 12th overall pick now. They get a second rounder this year, and then a fifth rounder, which is 168. Like, maybe that's good enough, but I don't. Is there that much of a distinction in terms of some of these offensive linemen on the board where you end up getting Johnson?
Well, as Bucky will tell you, I mean, opinions on offensive linemen can be very varied.
Yeah.
The problem is Peter Skoronski's the cleanest, but I don't think he's a tackle. I think he's a guard.
Yeah.
And now we're dealing with Broderick Jones, who's my favorite. Then comes Paris Johnson, but other people have it Paris and Broderick. And then you have Darnell Wright, who's one of the cleanest tackles on the board, but there's questions about, okay, what about his weight? He's a right tackle only. So it's not a clean year this year,
Did he not
Mike.
weigh, by the way,
hard.
in Indianapolis?
What's that?
Did he not get weighed in Indianapolis?
Oh, maybe
He did, and he looked great there, but gained a little weight at his pro day, which kind of made the circuit to some of the scouts and evaluators were talking about, hey, wait a minute now.
Well, look, I mean, what he did is what my parents used to do. He went on that cabbage soup diet. And so he lost all his weight. And what happens is when you start eating solid food, it comes all the way back. And so Darnell Wright he didn't read the bottom, he didn't read the fine print on that. And so he gained it all back. He came back quickly.
You know, I'm a physical a while ago.
That's why my jacket's so big now. I wasn't eating cabbage soup. I've been sitting in the chair watching tape, eating doodads and Cheez-Its.
It's funny. I go to the doctor's office right to get the physical, and they're like, "Hey, make sure you're fasting for your blood work." I'm like, "Fasting for the blood? I'm fasting for the weigh-in." Are you kidding me? Like that's what I'm worried about.
Got you weighing in with your shoes and all that. Don't mess up your weight.
Fitting up a little.
Hold on, let me take this out of my pocket.
You know I do that.
Yeah.
Like, hold on.
You got a towel in front of you like a weigh-in at
1,000%. I got shorts on, the T-shirt, and the whole thing.
I know you.
But look, Arizona, at the end of the day, I think to your point, it's a good one that you raised. Looking at him as a tackle, getting that guy, it probably does make sense that they kind of felt like they needed to move up, because I'm looking at the rest of this board here, and I think you made a good point about Chicago maybe being that team that would have had their eyes on him.
Yeah, Chicago now has, Christian Gonzalez is next up. They need cornerback. Chicago's got some problems here, except they've got Darnell Wright still on the board. They've got Peter Skoronski. If they want to go offensive line, we're not to Chicago's pick yet, but also just looking ahead, Christian Gonzalez is a guy who I think, would make some sense for them. But Christian Gonzalez is who we've been putting here with the Raiders, so that would also make a lot of sense. I think what happened was Seattle, by not going Jalen Carter, like a lot of people wanted them to go Jalen Carter to make the mock draft go flow easier.
Make it fit.
Then all the
man, not trying to stay up all night and rack your brain over who's going to go there.
It never fits.
Come on.
It never fits. And so then once they went Witherspoon, all of a sudden now Detroit's like, well, now we got to move back because that's our guy.
I'm going to throw a hypothetical out there because I don't know the answer to this, but you're mentioning Gonzalez and they go corner. You had said this a little bit earlier about teams that have problems, Arizona being one of those, getting after the quarterback. First thing I think about with lack of pressure on quarterbacks is what the Raiders have done. Is it Wilson? Is there another edge guy that you feel like, or maybe it is Gonzalez?
They had to be disappointed with what they got from Chandler Jones. Chandler Jones also is an older player. And so how long do you want to go that route? Yes, you paid him some money, but at some point you got to get somebody young in the pipeline. And they also have to pay the sins of drafts gone bad previously, where they took a Cleveland Farrell early in the draft and you didn't give them. So now when you look at the depth chart, they don't have young, emerging pass rushers. And so they may have to make up for that by taking a guy like Tyree Wilson.
But not only that, their draft picks, they've had issues with Damon Arnett from a character standpoint, with Henry Ruggs. Like, I think Jalen Carter becomes untouchable for them with number 7 because of some of the things that have happened as well.
It's actually a really good point, because I'm looking at this board because people said after the trade with Carolina, Chicago still might be able to get the Jalen Carter that they want. Maybe that's a good fit. I thought Philadelphia could potentially be a good fit for him too.
I think Philadelphia is a good fit.
You just think about some of those veterans. But to your point, and I think that's you hit the nail on the head, at least in my mind. That's why the Raiders can't go and take it.
I don't think Carter. They can. Yeah, I don't think they can. They've had too many off-the-field issues to take a guy like Jalen Carter. What's interesting, though, just to get ahead for a second, if the Raiders go Gonzalez, one of the things that I had in my mock draft projected was Eagles going to 8 and drafting Jalen Carter ahead of Chicago and having the Atlanta go back. So that's something to keep your eye on if you already think that Chicago might be targeting Jalen Carter.
All right, so there was a lot of speculation for weeks about what the Raiders could do. I mean, hell, I saw them working out some of these quarterbacks as well. We'll find out officially what that pick is as we take it to Kansas City.
With the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson, defensive end, Texas Tech.
That's great, Mike. I'm really happy for him. There were some concerns about Tyree Wilson's medicals for some teams that I thought he might slide a little further than this. This is not a long slide to me. I think the Raiders just picked up a guy with tremendous upside.
Hold on, player. Uh-oh. Do we see the suit?
No.
Holy smokes. This is what we doing. We going to Vegas. We got our bling out.
He's
we
going
got
to Circus Circus after
this.
We
got it all the way out. He is ready to be in Vegas. Someone gave him the call and said, hey, man, you might get to Vegas. We need you to dress appropriately.
I didn't even
He
think.
is ready to be a lounge lizard for real.
Wow. I didn't even think about that.
Ooh, got his shades on. Oh boy.
Ooh, we
got to have
is that a floral pattern, Bucky? What are we doing there?
That's a beautiful. What is that?
That is nice. That is nice. We're 7 picks in, and Tyree Wilson's already winning
He's
the
got
red
his
carpet
own,
portion
his own
of the
logo.
draft.
Yeah,
The chain piece is his own logo.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, from a football standpoint, this guy has a lot of what NFL teams like. He's big, he's long, he's explosive, he's a great athlete. Obviously, as you just saw there, he has about size 15 hands, which is enormous. But why some teams really liked him actually a little bit more than Will Anderson that I talk with, it's because they see growth still. They think his game is going to keep getting better, where Will is a very polished product, and that's good, and that's great. He's game ready. But this guy could end up, Bucky, being someone who's much better now in the future than he is at Texas Tech.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, he is long. He gets after it. You saw the comparison on the baseball card, Chandler Jones. So he gets every day to watch Chandler Jones and Max Crosby, and if that peer pressure doesn't bring it out of nothing will, to me, this is an old school Raiders pick. The late Al Davis would love this because he is long, he's super athletic, he has all those prototypical characteristics that you look for. Just look at him mashing and mauling people at the point of attack. This is what a Raider defensive lineman should look like.
Okay, so he was on NFL Total Access the other week. Michael Robinson, it felt like, had a man crush on what Tyree Wilson when he was watching the tape. And I had asked him, I was like, hey, do you want to be classified as an edge? And he didn't want to have that title. He's like, no, man, I can do damage pretty much anywhere. Do you see that when you watch the tape?
What I see is when we were talking to him on Path to the Draft, and we asked him, like, hey, what's your thing? He said, my job is just beat people up. I beat them up, I'm violent, I'm this, I throw them out the club, this and that. So I was like, okay, Patrick Swayze, Roadhouse. So that's what he is. He just going to beat them up. And look, he can get away with that because his physical talents are superior.
All right, the NFL Draft continues to roll. Round number 1, we are 7 picks in. The Atlanta Falcons on the clock. A ton of great talent still left on the board. We'll tell you exactly who the Falcons will pick coming up next. Oh, it has been awesome so far in Kansas City. We got you covered round number 1 of the NFL Draft. It is NFL Draft Center. Currently, the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock, but let's take a closer look at the green room. Built by Lowe's. This is awesome. This is what it's about. These guys getting to hear their name called, and Bryce Young joining an exclusive fraternity of being the number 1 overall pick in the NFL Draft. Smiles all over from Bryce Young. Look, his life has completely changed. And by the way, now the face of an NFL franchise who will be starting in week number 1. As I mentioned before, the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. Is at this point, when you are picking 8th overall, are you thinking need? Are you thinking best player on the board? What's the best fit for you guys?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. You want to take the best player at a position of, need.
We'll find out exactly who that player is. The pick is officially in. Here's the commissioner.
For the Atlanta Falcons pick, I'm joined by Chris and Shane from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Kansas City. Chris and Shane are a true testament to the power of mentorship. The NFL and its teams work closely with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America as part of our work on social justice through our initiative, Inspired Change. The Falcons are big-time supporters of the organization, and they're thrilled to have Chris and Shane making their pick. Okay, guys, take it away.
With the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson, running back, Texas.
You see the smile from the Texas running back. He is the cream of the class at the running back position. We just had him on NFL Total Access the other day. I got to talk to him off air. One of the more charismatic people that I have been around at the college level. Smiles across the board, and for good reason. People talk about maybe not drafting a running back this high. You guys have fallen in love with the things that he can do on the football field, though.
Well, Bucky's just, he's easily not only the best running back in this draft, but honestly, you can make a case for him being the best player in this draft, if not the best, one of the top 3. I've got him number 3 behind Jalen Carter, Will Anderson, and then Bijan. But realistically, I could have made it Bijan just as easily. He is a rare, he's a 3-down back who's outstanding catching the football. He's great as a physical runner, but he's not just a powerful runner. He can toggle between patience, elusiveness, and power. So when you think he's getting ready to run over you, he's going to shake you, and you're going to be on your heels. When you are on your front foot and you're waiting to move with him and shake, you're expecting to shake, he's going to run right over you. So he's very difficult because you don't know when he's going to go with the ballerina or the bulldozer. You just don't know what's coming with him. But I can tell you this. Out of the backfield is what makes teams excited about running backs now. And to me, his comp is Josh Jacobs. And that's a huge compliment. That's an all-pro running back right there.
All-pro running back. But let's not forget that your guy Arthur Smith has coached the King. And when you coach the King, you certainly value running backs at a different level than other people. This is a 3-down running back that can do everything that you want to see. You talk about comparing him to Josh Jacobs. He reminds me a lot of LT when I watched LT come out of TCU in terms of just like the physicality and toughness, being able to run inside, but also being able to be a problem on the perimeter. And I think people need to go back and look at the annals when LT played at that MVP level, was catching passes at the backfield and scoring touchdowns. Bijan Robinson has that kind of talent where he can do his special things.
We had LT in studio the other day, and he was raving about this guy. In fact, actually, LT and Bijan Robinson keep in touch, and I know LT's offered him a lot of advice, and he was excited watching that 40. I was with LT during our combine coverage. The one thing, and you just touched on it, Bucky, that LT brought up was his ability to make plays in the passing game and his ability as a route runner. By the way, well chronicled, the relationship between Bijan Robinson and Matthew McConaughey. All right.
Greatness on the field and off it. Always blessings up. Always blessings up.
Not bad.
That's not my best one, but you know what I really love about him
for day 3 of the draft.
Yeah, I'll say my good stuff will come out then. I'll bring my fellow Brewers out. But you know, so one of the things that makes Bijan so much fun to watch is he has rare contact balance, and he runs very low to the ground. You know, he's kind of low cut, and so he's got a low center of gravity, and the power and the turn. So when you have low center of gravity like this, and you have the type of ankle, knee, and hip flexion he has, you can cut at a variety of angles. You're low to the ground, and everything's fluid, right? Segmented runners are they're easier to find and easier to tackle. When you have fluid guys like Bijan, the moves he's making, they're going to be, you know, like 97 on Madden. If you want to look at certain ratings, right, the athletic rating is going to be like a 97. But anytime you want a taste of shoulder pad, he'll give you a taste of shoulder pad too. You don't have to worry about it. And his ability to create with elusiveness, power, and occasionally speed is what the great Kirby Wilson, a longtime NFL running back coach, used to tell me. That's what you look for a great back. Can you create with power, elusiveness, and speed? And he can do all three.
I'm looking at, you mentioned some of these stats and I'm trying to find it really quickly here because I had tweeted it the other day when we had Robinson on the show with us. Here it is, PFF, 104 missed tackles. That was the most in a season in the PFF college era. I mean, the dude is so hard to bring down, and we showed it a couple different ways here. You know, he gets that contact, Bucky, and it's almost like, no, just get off me.
He runs through it.
Turning.
He runs through it. He's a high-end running back, and it was a lot of people that talked about him being one of the top 10 talents in this draft. Some even viewed him as a top 5 talent. And so he is drafted where he should have been drafted based on the talent that he brought to the table. And so if you're the Atlanta Falcons, remember, they're playing with Desmond Ridder at quarterback. You don't want to put anything on him. We watched Atlanta in their heyday with Matt Ryan take pressure off Matt Ryan by having Michael Turner behind him. There's still a place for the running back. And when you have a special running back like that to go into how they want to play, yeah, this is a way to alleviate pressure on the quarterback.
Yeah, it's a good point. And by the way, if you're watching us here on NFL Draft Center presented by NFL Sunday Ticket exclusively on YouTube and YouTube TV, you can see at the bottom of that screen the Eagles on the clock. And you're sitting there going, what, the Eagles? Yeah, because we got a trade here with the Chicago Bears. They swap picks, and in exchange, Chicago will also receive a 4th rounder in the 2024 draft. Is there a guy that makes sense?
I mean, they need defensive. Here, I'll just lay it out, and you tell. I'm going to put you in the analyst chair.
Okay.
Let's see. They need defensive tackle along the interior. They need someone explosive who can rush the passer from the interior. They need someone with the ability to stop the run.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And they want somebody who can come in and play quickly, who is extremely talented. Can you think of anyone?
The one guy that
I can't think of anybody. Is anybody on the board that has all those traits?
There's one guy in particular, Jalen Carter, who we might have been talking about him as the number 1 overall pick at one point. Thought we could maybe even go corner, but we'll find out what the Eagles are thinking.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 9th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter, defensive tackle, Georgia.
So if I do say so myself as an analyst,
Yeah,
maybe
good
I got a future.
You should be here on day 3 with me.
I will be here on
that's
day 3.
right.
And by the way, there's going to be some dudes that I have not seen before, and I guarantee, Lance, you have already done the workup and the scouting
I hope so.
on some of those players. But Jalen Carter here, maybe it makes sense because we talked about fit for him. There's some of his former teammates on that Georgia squad already on this Philadelphia Eagles team. Maybe that's a win for them.
Man, I'm pretty sure that the scouting staff went downstairs and talked to Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis to see if they could get a character assessment on Jalen Carter. They also probably talked to him about how would he fit in this locker room and in this environment now that y'all been here. And so it's really important that you get that intel because some of the things your scouts can't get on the school call. You can't get everything about his character and background. Having teammates vouch for him plays a role. On the field, though, holy smokes. Putting this big guy beside, like last year's pick, Jordan Davis, and being able to let him go, and he gets to sit behind Fletcher Cox and learn how to play a position, yeah, it doesn't get better than this. The Eagles invest in frontline personnel. Man, they might have got the best defensive player at the board at number 9.
I mean, it's amazing now. The reason he's available at number 9 is the reason that it's still a high-risk, high-yield stock here, right? He's a very high-risk, high-yield stock because of the immaturity. There's questions about work ethic behind the scenes. I think they're fair. Based on the people I've spoken with, I believe that the conversation and the concerns that people have had with him are fair. This was a huge pick for Jalen Carter because Drew Rosenhaus did not let him interview or go take 30 visits with anybody outside of the top 10. So if he slipped by Chicago and Philadelphia, there was no telling what could happen there. But Bucky mentioned the most important thing. Jordan Davis, who's known to be a mentor for him, and Nakobe Dean, those are the two guys who are going to help him, I think, be a mature player. This is probably the perfect scenario for him if he's going to be successful, is going to Philadelphia.
Carter, PFF's highest graded defensive player among the defensive linemen this past season. Bucky, I read a comment from you, and I never asked you about it, but you talked about fit geographically. You felt like, hey, maybe Seattle could be a fit for a guy like Jalen Carter because it was far from a lot of the stuff that happened there. Look, he ends up in Philadelphia here, and you talk about maturity issues, but the fact that those two other players, if you're inside that locker room, and you know, I mean, it's well publicized. You put your arm around the guy. Like, how do you handle that?
Yeah, once he's an Eagle, everyone puts their arms around him. But the fact that he has two teammates already in the building makes it very, very easy. They can speak for him. They can also show him the lay of the land in terms of where he gets down, how he maneuvers, and all those other things. But holy smokes, we don't need a big guy like that Mawson, folks. Gee.
You always make these basketball analogies. You mentioned having a DL.
Oh, what?
Oh my God, we got a little Sean Kemp in a Cavaliers uniform right there with the extra bulk.
Now,
he's just trying to set up the OBJ catch here.
He's over here showing off. He's over here showing off. That is.
Can I just say something? I'm a little disappointed. I made a Sean Kemp in a Cavaliers
uniform
with the bulk, and I thought you would have.
I was distracted too.
I was so distracted by him. Mawson folks over here patting on their head.
Now,
like, you're not supposed to do that.
It wasn't until after the lockout where the.
That's what I'm talking about.
Earlier, Rain Man came back.
No
but
doubt.
yeah.
I'm not talking about a Sonics uniform.
Post moves. That was the difference. He went from being a high flyer to a post player.
It was one of those situations.
A windmill dunk, though, for a defensive tackle?
You don't see that.
By the way, speaking of weight here, and I asked you this on TA. I want to get your take on this. Indianapolis in the combine obviously doesn't do much. Gets to the pro day, put on, I think it was 9 pounds, if I'm not mistaken.
Cabbage soup.
Yeah. So he had told me, he was like, a little bit of a concern here. At all ring a factor in terms of maturity or getting ready for an NFL season?
No, I think it's all part of what plays into it. You say, okay, we know what happened after the national championship with the car racing. We know that he gained weight after. So not just then, Mike, but also from the end of the regular season to the playoffs. I think he was definitely out of shape. He said he was gassed in that game against Ohio State, and I think he wasn't really fully prepared from a football standpoint for the playoff game that he had. And there was about a 5 to 6 week break there. Then he gets another break after the combine, and there's weight gain, and he wasn't able to finish his drills. So, yes, these are some of the concerns we're talking about. So it's just a matter of professionalism, and that's why you got to have a mentor, and you got to have the right, I don't know, Bucky, you tell me. I would imagine head coach or defensive line coach, there's got to be one coach on that staff that also has to take the lead.
I would say there are a couple things that are probably at play. one, we don't understand how the tragedy really impacted him. I think the number one thing that the Eagles have to do is when they bring him in, they got to make sure they give him the services that he may need to get past the tragedy that happened in January. Then you can begin to work on some of the professionalism things, because we don't know if his lack of professionalism is tied to him grieving. And so those are the things that no one knows and no one will know until they get the kid in the building.
There are some teams, man, it's like an embarrassment of riches in terms of talent.
Rich get richer.
I think about this Eagles team, what they were able to do. We love up Jalen Hurts. I get all that. I can't help but think that maybe the biggest reason why they got to the Super Bowl was what they were dealing with up front on that defense.
Oh, yeah.
To now be able to insert a guy like Jalen Carter, you got to be kidding me. Come on, here we go. Eagles fans should be thrilled. Bears, pick is in. We take it to Kansas City.
With the 10th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright, offensive tackle, Tennessee.
Darnell Wright. Let's take a look at the fam cam presented by Allegra. Here we go, Darnell. We brought up his name a little bit earlier here. We were talking about tackles. We were talking about the size. This is a mammoth human being.
Yes, it is.
And he's a bully, too. Now, he's at the right tackle spot. You go watch that game against Will Anderson. Will Anderson did not do much at all against Darnell Wright. Darnell Wright is big. He's wide. He absorbs power, as you said. It's very, very difficult to knock him off balance at any point. It's occasionally if his footwork isn't where it's supposed to be. But I think the game that he had against Will Anderson was a big spotlight game for him. He moves better, as you could see at the combine, than expected. He tested really, really well. And I think when he's mentally ready to go, if he can really keep himself in shape, he is going to be an outstanding right tackle for the Chicago Bears. And Ryan Poles understands they got to they ran the ball well last year, but they need a guy that can come in and play right now. And Darnell Wright, out of all these tackles, I actually think he's the most game ready.
He is the most game ready. And you talk about creating an attitude. Because when you're going to run the football the way the Chicago Bears want to run the football, particularly with Justin Fields, rush for over 1,000 yards, we're not hiding our intentions. We're going to run it at you. We're going to be physical. Darnell Wright is a physical guy, gives them a different little edge at the point of attack.
All right, so he didn't allow a sack in 461 pass blocking snaps last season. I also wonder just about from a philosophy standpoint, moving up front. We could talk a little bit more about that coming up here as the draft continues to roll on. The Tennessee Titans, they are on the clock. I want to talk about some of these offensive linemen, and hell, maybe Tennessee's one of those teams that's also thinking about that. There was some speculation they might like a quarterback. We'll find out what their pick is. That's coming up here on NFL Draft Center. Day one of the NFL draft has not disappointed. We've already had 3 trades go down. Mock drafts everywhere have officially been bursted. Next 4 picks on the clock. Tennessee Titans are there. Then the Lions, who are involved with one of those picks. The Packers, they obviously were involved in a big trade with Aaron Rodgers. And then it is the New England Patriots following them. Hey, we were just having a conversation about Darnell Wright because the Bears also involved in one of those trades. They just went and drafted the tackle out of Tennessee. Schematically, because of the style of play that Tennessee instituted a season ago, does that affect evaluation, or how does that affect your evaluation of some of these offensive linemen?
So you're talking about the Tennessee Volunteers and Darnell Wright? Look, you have to be able to look at the player. Offensive linemen are hard in college anyway. They're always in a 2-point stance. You rarely see them run block in a physical manner. And so what you're looking for, to me, and I'm no O-line expert, but a lot of it is balance, body control, punch, the prototypical dimensions, and those things what typically plays. And you hope that you get a chance to see them against other elite prospects on the other side. Yeah. Darnell Wright has a bully mentality, and that bully mentality shows up when you watch the tape. And so those are some of the things that you look for. But, man, it's really difficult looking at offensive linemen in today's game because the college game is so different than the pro game.
Yeah. You like that nasty in them?
Yeah, I love the nasty. I think the nasty's great. But one thing that gets overplayed, I think, sometimes by us and the media and fans is we love seeing pancake blocks. That's not really the reality. That doesn't happen a whole lot. And you love nasty and the chippiness. And when Trevor Penning was throwing people around at the end of plays, and that's just that doesn't really have anything to do with getting guys blocked, hand placement, technique, leverage. And so I think, but you do like to have chippiness. You do like to have nastiness. You do like to have a guy who imposes his will. So all that nastiness and chippiness, it needs to be married to good hand usage and leverage and, offensive line stuff.
Yeah. All right. The Tennessee Titans, they're on the clock right now. Position of need that stands out the most for this team? There was some speculation they might go quarterback. We've seen 3 of them already off the board. So
they were really hurting last year, the offensive line. It really limited what they can do. This is a team that kind of fancies themselves as a backyard bully. And so if they can't dominate at the point of attack, it really makes it difficult, particularly with King Henry behind him. I would think for an offensive lineman. Broderick Jones is on the board, so maybe he's the one.
Will Levis is on the board if you really want to get frisky.
Oof. We'll find out how frisky.
With the 11th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Peter Skoronski, offensive tackle, Northwestern.
Peter Skoronski. He's a guard at Northwestern. He knows how to move people around when they're in the running game. A lot of people are going to say he's a tackle, and that's fine, and you might like to play him a tackle, but I think he's got a chance to be a really high-end guard. He is a very technically refined run blocker. He is really good at getting into blocks and fitting up blocks in great position. His footwork's really good and clean. His hand placement's really good, as you mentioned, as you see right there. Very powerful and balanced as a run blocker. I think the concern you have if you try to play him out of tackle is that he's a short arm guy, and the Nebraska game was a concern for me because they had an outside rusher that kept long-arming him and kept sticking him in his chest and running him back into the quarterback. So I think you just plug him in at guard and you got a steady Eddie for the next 10 years.
The one thing about him when you're on tape, he's very consistent.
Yeah.
Very good positional blocker. He's different than Darnell Wright and Paris Johnson in terms of the mauler, brawler, nasty type. To me, he just does his job and does it effectively. He keeps guys off the quarterback, does a good job of sealing and creating lanes in the run game. And because of that, he can play.
This coaching tape stuff, right?
Yeah,
he's a coaching tape guy.
He's just very sound in everything that he does.
Everything that we just saw there was coaching tape. And there's some guys who just get guys blocked. Like I remember when Andrew Thomas came out, and it was weird. I'd watch his tape from Georgia, and it didn't look the way it was always supposed to, and yet I kept saying, man, he keeps getting everyone blocked, though.
Yeah.
Everyone keeps getting blocked, even though it doesn't look great, and he had a great instinct and feel for getting guys blocked. Then you look at a guy like Peter Skoronski, and all of his technique is the way it's supposed to be. And a line coach is going to absolutely love him because when he comes in for the Tennessee Titans, he's going to be able to play right away.
See, I wasn't great in math at North Carolina. So what happens is because I always just wanted to get the answer, I didn't like to show my work.
Yeah.
Peter Skoronski shows his work.
Yes.
So when you watch him, he does all the little things before he arrives at the answer. I just like to go to the back of the book and just write the answer.
Now, Buck can go straight to ChatGPT and just get the AI buy the whole thing.
Gets the explanation. You were using a calculator back in the day.
Oh, I mean, look, we're like, look, you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
I didn't have to go there. Hey, by the way, the Detroit Lions, they were one of those teams involved in the 3 trades that we have already seen today.
They're picking?
They are picking. We'll take you out to Kansas City right now and find out. Maybe, we were speculating it might be a defensive player. That might be Christian Gonzalez. I don't know if that's the direction that they're going to decide to
They
go.
had his brother-in-law, right? Didn't they have David Bond? Like, they had his brother-in-law on the team back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll find out. Here's the commissioner, Roger Goodell, in Kansas City with the Detroit Lions selection.
With the 12th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jahmyr Gibbs, running back, Alabama.
Who's that?
Oh, here we go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Are we back in 2017?
It's feeling like that.
Fournette and Dalvin Cook and Christian McCaffrey?
Taking a look at the fam cam presented by Allegra. Jahmyr Gibbs. You know, for all the talk about Bijan Robinson, there was another contingent. Bucky, you were part of this, talking about Gibbs and what he brings to the table. Brian Baldinger talking about the not a ton of wear and tear. He didn't take a whole lot of carries, 13th in the SEC last season. Just for context, Bijan Robinson had over 100 more carries a season ago, but this guy can do it all on the football field.
He absolutely can do it all. Reminds me so much of Alvin Kamara in terms of his ability to create so many mismatches as a runner and as a receiver. When you see this guy get to the edge, it's exactly what you want to see. These are the fun guys to evaluate because their plays are all explosive. It's like watching video game stuff. Stop, start, quickness, burst, being able to get to the paint, catching the ball out the backfield, one-on-one matchups. You can already see what they're doing. They're trying to make the game easy, not only for Jared Goff, but for the rest of the offense. Remember, the Detroit Lions have nice pieces, but I don't know if they have one guy that can necessarily create mismatches and dictate coverage. Now you have one at running back where if you don't double team this guy, he will be a 100-catch guy coming out the backfield.
What I love about what they just did is they don't care where the running backs are supposed to go. They don't care about where everyone had Jahmyr Gibbs slotted. What they care about is finding mismatches. So Detroit knows Aaron Rodgers is out of the division. We are a come-up team. We love where we're headed. Let's go get a guy who really makes us more dangerous on offense. And what I love is that people don't think of it in terms of just like running back or wide receivers. Now it can be pass-catching tight ends because of Travis Kelce. It could be guys like McCaffrey and Kamara who are dual threat, running back, wide receiver types, guys who can come out of the backfield. Just go find weapons in the NFL, guys who can hit explosive plays.
It's interesting, too, because when we're going through some of these mocks, like you guys actually have mocks on NFL.com.
I didn't have this.
Look, the reality is I don't think there was one mock draft. I mean, if you had Gibbs going in the first round, it was probably in the 20s. But I think a lot of us sit in these chairs and we talk to you guys and we have our own thoughts on where things could land. And it was interesting because Bijan Robinson to the Lions. At one point, that came up in one of our meetings. So, look, Jamal Williams not there anymore. But then I said, hey, there's David Montgomery there. But I think to your point, a dynamic running back like Jahmyr Gibbs and what he brings to the table, like that's different than what they already have on this roster. And this is dangerous, man.
Well, keep in mind, they've been waiting on DeAndre Swift to be that dude for a long time. Well, if this doesn't get them going, nothing will. And so when you bring a number 1 pick in, DeAndre Swift has to take his game up a notch or he'll be left behind.
Did you think that the Jameson Williams and the suspension there, I actually thought maybe wide receiver could be one of their picks.
No, because that's a short-term thing. So even though he may be suspended for 6 games or whatever, you can work around that because remember, you weren't counting on him to be Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's your number 1. And this gives them another weapon out the backfield. It diversifies their offensive approach. I like it because they haven't been able to get the production consistently from DeAndre Swift due to injuries and other stuff. Well, now you get a playmaker that not only changes the dynamic offensively as a whole, but now that rotation with him and David Montgomery, and maybe if DeAndre Swift is able to hang around.
I was at this game. That's not the one that's to the house. He had another one to the house. Ben Johnson, their offense coordinator, is one of the bright young offensive minds. Really electric play caller. I talked to Greg Cosell from NFL Films, who watches more NFL films than probably anybody, and he said that Ben Johnson was his favorite play caller that he saw all year long. And now you give him a player that, frankly, can split out into the slot. You saw him running routes there just now. He's a legitimate route runner with legitimate separation. So now, when you go 2 running back sets, you don't know if you're going to see a 2 running back set. You don't know if you're going to see him go out and you're going to face Amon-Ra St. Brown at the slot on one side, and then you're going to have to deal with Jahmyr Gibbs on the other side. How are you guarding these guys? Like, what does that do to your personnel now on defense?
Okay, so to characterize, I think both of you guys like this pick. I'm going to play devil's advocate here, right?
Yeah.
Like, the Lions offensively, they've doubled down on their offense with this selection. I still look at the issues that they had a season ago and say, yo, man, it's on the other side of the field.
It's true.
Are you surprised that they did not go with a defensive player?
Well, they still have an 18th pick.
Yeah.
And I think they're looking at this and saying, and remember, they've got draft capital. So, you have to like Christian Gonzalez at corner, for example. They still could use a cornerback.
Yeah.
They still could use a defensive tackle. But this year's not a defensive tackle draft. So I think finding the guys, they lost the guy they wanted in Witherspoon. And so now they went to plan B. This is why you have to have contingencies ready when it comes to the NFL draft.
So what I love about this is, look, man, take the best player available. We can talk about all those other guys. There was no denying that Jahmyr Gibbs was an outstanding prospect, big-time player. And sometimes you just want to build strength on strength. If I have a dominant offense, hey, man, we ain't got to worry about playing a whole lot of defense if we're putting 30 burgers up. So we put 30 up, we make you chase points. We get to dictate the terms using our offense as our best defense.
True.
Facts. That's what it comes
See,
to.
but
By the way,
I was giving him a basketball thing, but as a Knicks fan, he doesn't know about like high-powered offense.
No.
I can't talk about the Kings
I'm okay. Yeah, well,
and
we
the
can,
Warriors
because we like it. We grind it out. We want it difficult.
Grind it out. He wants to roll the ball up the court.
Yeah.
Detroit, we trying to get up and down. We trying to move it up and down the floor.
Early offense.
I'll need it easy is where I'm going with this.
Pace.
The Green Bay Packers on the clock. This was the Jets' pick. We'll find out what Green Bay is thinking with the 13th overall selection as we take it to Kansas City.
With the 13th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Lucas Van Ness, defensive end, Iowa.
Bucky, lead us off. You used to work for the Packers.
Go, back, go. That's right. All them big old corn-fed Midwestern guy coming from Iowa. They've had a lot of success with guys from that program, so it absolutely fits. They needed a pass rusher, but on the rear, they needed a pass rusher. So now you get a guy play inside, outside, violent hands. You think about being able to put him in that rotation, Rashawn Gary and all those other guys.
Comp. Who came up with that comp? You got same team comp.
Here we go.
Whoever did that did a nice job.
Hercules.
Nicknamed Hercules because of his strength. He is a dynamic athlete as well, extremely explosive. I just don't think on tape right now he is like a top 15 pick on tape, but that's okay for NFL teams because what they're saying was, does he have the ability to get better with more coaching, more technique work? What he is extremely powerful and a guy who has the physical ability to be special. He has rare explosiveness for a guy that size, and you look at some of those numbers and it matches up with J.J. Watt, with Mario Williams, not quite as big as those guys coming out, but very similar at the same position.
Same kind of pick. So when you think about the Green Bay Packers going all the way back to their time with Ron Wolf, it's about the prototypes. He has prototypical dimensions. He's long. He comes from a great program, played at a big school, had success at a big school. And then you just think about the potential, because when you go back, and the comparison to Rashawn Gary is great because Rashawn Gary didn't have a lot of production when he came out of Michigan, but we saw over time he's developed to a Pro Bowl level. What's wrong with you?
No. Can we just pause for a second? You guys can love up Lucas Van Ness. The whole thing. I know I'm not the only one thinking this. Aaron Rodgers sitting at home right now, and he is laughing nonstop, going, "Hey, Jordan, this is what I've been dealing with. We're going to get a defensive guy."
Are you an Aaron Rodgers apologist over here?
I'm not. But
oh, my God.
Wait. Who's your baseball team?
I'm a glutton for punishment. I'm a Mets fan.
Who's your football team?
I'm actually a Giants fan.
Oh, you're not a Jets fan. Okay.
No. But, think about this, though. Jordan Love, and by we, the Green Bay Packers give him the keys to the car. Let's go and drive here.
Hey. This is what the garage looks like.
What's under,
We're not
what's under
changing
the
the
hood?
garage.
Okay, so look, we just sat here last time we talked about the Knicks, and you talked about for your lifetime, they've always been to grind it out. You got to play to your personality. The Green Bay Packers have told you, we do not draft wide receivers in the first round. Please quit mocking wide receivers to the first round to the Green Bay Packers. That's not what they do.
I've learned. I just don't
They
want to
mess around and they go and get other positions that are critical to the team's success.
Ooh,
They're not going to win because Jordan Love is throwing it for 300 yards. It's a different team.
Yeah.
Ground and pound defense.
You're right. They won last year not because of the play of Aaron Rodgers.
They
right?
didn't
It was
win.
the defense.
They didn't win.
The wins
eight wins. Yeah.
I actually, what you had said for weeks about the decline of Aaron, I'm with you there.
Yeah.
All I know is that you got a quarterback who you invested a first round, you traded up in that year. It's the same class as Burrow, Tua, Herbert, Jalen Hurts, who just got a mega deal. Man, I want to make sure that this dude is successful.
Well, here's my concern, Bucky. To your point, Mike, is it's one thing when you're drafting guys in the second round and beyond for Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, Hall of Famers, and because they can take what you have and really make them great. And it turns out those players are really good anyway. Yeah. But I think Aaron Rodgers really brought the best out in them, and Brett Favre did back in the day as well. But when you look at Jordan Love, I don't know that he has that kind of talent. Yeah. So I think you got to put a little more talent around him. So I'm kind of with you. I might have gone Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Some good wide receivers on the board.
But they don't do that.
They don't. You're right. They don't. And we'll see what happens this upcoming season. More trades. Our fourth of the night here on day one of the NFL draft. The Steelers, they like someone. They're moving up, swapping picks with the Patriots. So New England gets the 17th pick and the 120th pick overall. As you take a closer look, Mike Tomlin smiling. Don't always see that.
Well, there's two guys that are really interesting to me here. They need a tackle, so Broderick Jones is still on the board. And then the other one would be Christian Gonzalez. They also need corner. So they need tackle and corner. Those two guys still on the board. They're two of my highest-rated players available.
Do you think tackle maybe makes a little bit more sense? And hear me out here, because when we talked about the Lions needing a corner, and you brought this up, Lance, you said, hey, a lot of depth at that position. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Daniel Jeremiah heading into today, once again, don't quote me on the number, but I believe it was 6 corners that he thought could go in the first round. Maybe the Steelers are sitting there going, you know what? There might be some dudes a little bit later. We could figure this out. Let's go and get one of these offensive linemen.
Well, it's harder to find linemen. And if you have a guy, if Broderick Jones were to go here, who I have as my top offensive tackle in this draft, it's hard to find offensive tackles. And once you get past that cutoff line, you're kind of stuck. And so for me, Broderick Jones, for me personally, I think the line cuts off after Broderick Jones in this draft. So if you want offensive line and tackle and you only have to go from 17 to 14, it's a move worth making. And I had heard, talking to one of the teams around the NFL, they said one of the teams that was really interested in trading up was the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it's rare for the Steelers to trade up.
Yeah. Some of the mocks also on NFL.com. Joey Porter's name was linked there, which would have been kind of cool for a lot. Another one would have been cool for family reasons. But let's hear what the pick is.
The New England Patriots have traded the 14th pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. With the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Broderick Jones, offensive tackle, Georgia.
I mean, sometimes it's just that easy. He's clearly the best offensive lineman, the tackle left. You clearly have a big need at tackle, and Pittsburgh moves up to that spot. Ahead of other teams that could take tackle. It's a good move by Omar Khan.
It's a good move because over here, Mike is over here talking about they got to get up and make sure Aaron Rodgers gets everything for the Jets. So they wanted a pass protector. So the Pittsburgh Steelers were well aware that Aaron Rodgers gets whatever he wants. So they jumped in front of the Jets to get Broderick Jones because he is the last of the top offensive tackles that are available. We see him mirror rush. And here's the thing about Broderick Jones. He's still raw in his game. The athleticism jumps off the tape. He has the length and those things. He just hasn't necessarily put it together from a technique standpoint. Yeah. But if he ever gets it together and they can play bully ball like they would like to play in Pittsburgh, yeah, this is a good pick for them.
He is a very physical guy. He's also a really, really athletic player. He can get out in space, unlike most of the offensive tackles in this draft. And as you see right here, he is a block finisher, too. He's got a naturally nasty demeanor like most of the Georgia offensive linemen have. So fits the Steeler way. You know, they've kind of gotten away from that for a few years. Yeah. But I think they want to get back to the Steeler way. And he's a good addition for that Steeler way at tackle.
Okay, couple things. One, you and I used to be friends, but now you're making me an Aaron Rodgers apologist.
That's tough love.
It is. That is a hard sell for me.
Because you're over here saying the Packers got to do everything for him. No. The Jets give him the keys to the kingdom. He has half days at work. Come 8, leave at 12. Like, he gets whatever he wants.
Last one in, first one out, right? Why not? Here's what I'll bring this up from a Jets perspective. One of the things, and there's a lot of different angles that we were trying to dissect when it came to this Jets trade for Rodgers with the Green Bay Packers. And it didn't seem like it was that significant, the swap of 2 picks. And now I'm looking at the draft board and how it's actually played out. Mm-hmm. And once again, it didn't look significant if I was going off of a lot of the mocks on NFL.com. But I was like, oh, okay, no big deal. Jets are probably still going to be able to get one of these offensive linemen to help Aaron Rodgers. You just sort of said it here. What's available to them? Like, right now, they're on the clock, and I don't know what the thought process potentially is, because to me, it was abundantly clear, let's just get some big bodies up front.
Okay, so let me pull my best Mike Yammer draft thing. So I got Aaron Rodgers here, so to me, it seems like maybe a pass catcher would be in the fold. Why would we ever think about getting someone to protect him?
No, you got to get him more help.
So now
he only got one of his wide receivers.
We got to get him more help. We got Alan Lazard, we got Rookie of the Year, Garrett Wilson. Man, we might have to get another pass catcher just to help Aaron out, you know?
Yeah, let's hope they get Jackson Smith-Njigba or any wide receiver to help him, as you want so desperately.
So desperately, another playmaker.
Best available players presented by Visa. Look, they still got a defensive-minded head coach, right? And right now, Lance, for you, Christian Gonzalez, your best player available.
Yeah, but I mean, it'd be nice to see him on the other side of Sauce. I don't know that that's necessarily a need. They need offensive tackle, and I think they're kind of out of luck there. Yeah. You could look at tight end, pass catcher, and really try to stick it to people offensively for Aaron Rodgers. That would be an interesting one. Jackson Smith-Njigba, I think, really is an interesting piece also.
I'm also wondering if they're fielding calls right now. Are you sitting there going, you know what, let's just try to get out of this thing and move back?
I think they might have done it already by now, but I do think that's something they could be looking at, absolutely. Because if you wanted Broderick Jones and he didn't make it to you, and let's also remember that Green Bay flip from 13 to 15 that they had to make, well, that's a big one now when you look at the Jets going from 13 to 15, because look where the Steelers went to snag that offensive lineman that the Jets needed. They jumped into 14. So little flip-flops like that can end up having a big impact.
I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal. And once again, it's really significant right now. And I just wonder if there's a player that's on the board for another team that they're so, A, desperate maybe for filling that position, and B, just in love with the guy that they're willing to make the move here. And as of right now, there's no trade, and the Jets, with 3 minutes and under 30 seconds to go here, are going to have to make this selection. You guys said it, though. Offensively, this is still a really good defensive team. They got some really good pieces on the offensive side. You mentioned Rookie of the Year. Hell, Breece Hall might have been, he could have been in that conversation.
First of all, Breece Hall was the favorite for Rookie of the Year until he got hurt.
Yeah.
Then they had Rookie of the Year turn into Garrett Wilson. On the other side of the ball, you've got Defensive Rookie of the Year and Sauce Gardner. No pressure, Jets.
Williams, 2 up front.
Just run it back, Jets. You just need to have the Offensive Rookie of the Year and Defensive Rookie of the Year again in back-to-back years. No pressure at all, Jets.
Is this as simple as, maybe we're overthinking it, hey, we got our board, every team's got their grades, we just go, hey, this is easy. Here's the guy. We're just going to take our best player available?
I mean, yeah, it should be like that. It'll be interesting to see. You're the Jets. You're deeply disappointed you lost out on that offensive tackle, Broderick Jones.
New England's smiling right now.
Oh, New England hasn't.
Here's the problem. They need offensive tackle, defensive tackle, linebacker. None of those really make sense right here in this spot.
Yeah.
Then you get to safety. Doesn't really make sense. Then you get to wide receiver. Does make sense, potentially, in terms of who's available.
Can you imagine they go wide receiver?
I mean, why not? Like, we play 7-on-7. I mean, we're not going to be physical at all.
Jackson Smith-Njigba, Lazard.
Look at my size. There's a reason for that.
You always say you need a basketball team. If you have Smith-Njigba, Lazard, and Garrett Wilson, you do have a wide variety, a lot of flavors in that Neapolitan wide receiving core.
Are we going to be physical at all? We're
finesse.
We be the Milwaukee Bucks. We just out here just running around, just shooting Jays, not putting our bodies on anybody. They need some big people. We got Mekhi Becton, who is taking selfies in the bathroom because he lost weight. I mean, like, what are we doing?
I'd be proud of that,
too.
Come
on, what are we doing? We need some physicality and toughness.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I got a list of all of your top 5 guys here, and I'm going. I don't know which direction I would go.
Maybe a nickel corner.
You know, is Kancey? Is it too early for him?
Man, he's tiny up in there, man. You can put
Look,
him beside
the comps.
Put him beside Big Quentin Williams.
I'm with you, but at least for the measurables, right? We talked about Anthony Richardson skyrocketing.
Well, hold on though. He is. You know, you don't play him on first downs. You just let him rush. He is disruptive. I mean, it would be like a Jahmyr Gibbs pick for defense, where you're saying, okay, we just want an explosive playmaker, but you can't really play him on first down. That's a very specific pick.
A luxury pick.
If you get, it's a luxury pick.
That's a luxury.
But they do have a pretty good defense.
Yeah. Look, a year ago though, it was kudos, tip your hat to that organization. They crushed it in the draft. What's fascinating here, and maybe I'm wrong about this because we've been doing this for a couple hours now. I'm looking at the clock. I don't think we've been under a minute before having to go. I think the Jets are having the same thought process
that we're talking like us. Hey, we don't have
what are we supposed to do?
Look,
hey, let's call Aaron.
Aaron Rodgers probably called him like, hey, what are we doing?
Does Joe Douglas have Drew in his ear saying, come on, wrap it up.
Rap,
10 seconds before you miss out on your pick.
Rap.
Let's take it to Kansas City right now. Oh, no, we're not there yet. All right. So
maybe they'll pass.
No.
Maybe they'll pass on the pick.
It's happened before.
I know. We can't let that happen. Washington, and just in case you're wondering, they are on the clock, and it looks like that Jets pick is officially in. So just waiting for the commissioner to head out.
Commanders is an interesting situation because Commanders, we have Sam Howell at quarterback.
Yeah.
5th round pick. We're ready to go. We got new ownership soon to be maybe taken over.
Yeah. The Commanders is a really interesting pick in terms of who they're going to go with. Chase Young, you didn't pick up the fifth-year option on him.
You know, that hasn't really been talked about a lot.
It has.
Like, number 2 overall pick, and they didn't pick up his 5th-year option. Defensive Rookie of the Year.
I mean,
I haven't been on the field, though.
The best ability is
availability. Do you think we could be talking about, after this Jets pick, another quarterback here?
I don't think. I think the slide is going to continue for Will Levis. I think it's going to get a little ugly. In my mock, I had Richardson slide to 22 with the Ravens, but obviously a Lamar deal got done. But I felt like it was either going to be Levis or Richardson. One of those guys was going to slide in this draft.
What are we talking about? We're talking about maybe right now the next one. So you could theoretically say Tampa Bay, which I doubt, the Minnesota Vikings.
I could see that.
And then the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
Minnesota has no second-round pick either. So if they want a quarterback to develop, if they believe in Levis, and don't forget, Liam Cohen was a coach on the staff
with Kevin O'Connell.
With Kevin O'Connell. Yep.
I think if you're Hendon Hooker, too, you're sitting there going, the fact that Will Levis is still on the board and there wasn't a team that moved up to trade him, the scarcity based off of what you just described to me, if Washington, after this Jets pick, doesn't take a quarterback, you're right, maybe Hooker doesn't end up in the first round of the draft. All right, let's get you back to Kansas City. Jets, the pick is in.
The NFL is proud to be part of the global community that supports the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. World Wish Day, only a couple days away, I'm joined by Kyle Stickles, a Make-A-Wish kid who battled and overcame bone cancer. Kyle's wish is to announce the first round pick of his favorite team, the New York Jets. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Kyle as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Kyle. Go for it, buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. I'd also like to thank the NFL, the New York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity tonight. Yeah! With the 15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Will McDonald, linebacker, Iowa State. Let's go! Yeah! Let's go!
Let's go. Will McDonald. You see Leonard Floyd there? I'm gonna guarantee you that Ben Fennell or whoever has pulled these clips will have found this sweet spin move. He's got a helicopter spin move that is straight out of what we used to see from the Indianapolis Colts from Dwight Freeney. I mean, he's got the inside spin, the outside spin. He can dip and rip outside the edge. He's not the biggest guy out there. I think that's one concern is you got to keep him a little cleaner. You got to let him, line up outside at a wide 9. But Will McDonald, there's that sweet spin move. Will McDonald, to me, is one of the most fun watches I had. The question is, how does he handle rundown? So I think that's a legitimate concern. But if you're going to just draft somebody to go get the quarterback, he's one of the best go-get-the-quarterback type guys in this draft.
This is the point where the unpredictability is going to happen with the draft. We talked about maybe 15 to 18 blue-chip prospects. So now we're right at the pick where we're going to see names that some people have valued down in the 40s, other people have in the teens. And so Will McDonald, fantastic pass rusher, bit of a tweener. And so you just didn't know which team was going to pull the trigger on him. So now you have the New York Jets who take him, they throw him in the rotation. And because they're a team that doesn't want to blitz, you now have another guy that you can put up with Q Williams in the middle of the defense to see if they can get after the quarterback. 23
quarterback pressures last season. That was actually tied for 14th among the edge players in the Big 12, which is why it's sort of like, hey, I love what this guy can do. There's some intangibles there on the tape. And that's why he's New York bound, going to the Jets. The Commanders on the clock. Their selection still to come on NFL Draft Center. Of the 2023 NFL Draft from Kansas City. We got you covered with all of the picks. New York Jets making their selection moments ago. Will McDonald is the choice out of Iowa State. The Washington Commanders on the clock. We will get their pick in just a couple moments here as we get you the green room built by Lowe's. Will Levis, maybe this is the pick here. Sam Howell, it's been a revolving door at that quarterback spot. And to be fair here, it's not exactly like the wide receiver room for the Commanders is bare. Like, there's some real talent there. And you can't help but think that maybe Washington would be interested in a guy like Levis.
Wouldn't you also want to just see what you got with Sam Howell?
Agreed.
I mean, to me, you've got Sam Howell there. I would rather just give it another year. I would rather draft best available. You got Sam Howell in what round? The 5th round was Sam Howell? But it may have ended up being a bargain selection. He was much better the year before he came out than the year he came out because he had lost all of his talent. But as you mentioned, there's a lot of talent there to work with on the defensive side to help keep you in games, and on the offensive side, if you can just run the ball effectively. Washington really needs offensive line help too. That's a really tough call here, for Washington. It's a really tough slot to put. You know, this would be a spot where I would consider. I don't know that you have a defensive end that makes sense necessarily there for Chase Young, who is probably going to be out after this year. It's a tough one. You know, this looks like a trade-out spot, but I don't think that's what they're doing.
Yeah, to be fair, I think the last 2 selections, including this one, look like trade-out spots. That did not happen. Washington, let's hear what the pick is.
Can we go back to the Washington football team?
I can't hear programming.
All right, so there's some audio issues right now from Kansas City. I can tell you that the pick is officially in, and it is Emmanuel Forbes, a corner out of Mississippi State. You know, Lance, I was talking to one of the coaches on that staff a couple weeks ago because Forbes was coming on NFL Total Access, and he said of all the guys that he had been around, he's been coaching for, 25 years. He said, my Lord, Emmanuel Forbes is as good as any corner I have seen in college football. His length and the range. He's a really nice kid, and you can see certainly a playmaker as well.
Well, I want to I remember I was watching at home, watching one of the Path to the Draft shows, and Bucky started talking about Emmanuel Forbes. And I'd like to hear what you think, Bucky, because as a scout, when you see a guy with that much ball production, ball production doesn't just go away in the NFL. If you're making plays, as many plays as he made, what is it, 6 pick sixes or 8 pick sixes in his career. When you have as much ball production as Emmanuel Forbes, my guess is you can go to high school and he did the same thing. And then guess what? It usually follows you into the NFL. Now, my concern, he's 30 pounds lighter than Bryce Young. I didn't think that was possible. Yeah. We talk about how slight he is, and now you've got that size on a 6'1" frame, but all that ball production, all those instincts, all that twitch. It's so crazy. What do you do with that?
So I'm looking at the notes, and I gave him the same grade that I gave Devin Witherspoon. I gave them both like a 7.0 with a plus, and I wrote down in my notes Xavier Howard, A+ ball hawk, excellent eyes, instincts, 14 picks, 6 pick sixes. Unorthodox technician, shuffle technique instead of a back pedal, but this dude pulls the trigger. He is a perfect corner for like a zone scheme that allows him to play with his eyes. And remember, they had an unorthodox technician for a long time in Carolina under Ron Rivera, and that was Josh Norman.
6 interceptions returned for a touchdown in his career. That is an FBS record. The Patriots, their pick is in. We take you back to Kansas City.
With the 17th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Christian Gonzalez, defensive back, Oregon.
Of ice cream that you like best. We thought Christian Gonzalez could be the first corner off the board, maybe the second. Turns out he had to wait a little bit of time and watch Emmanuel Forbes get taken before him, not to mention Devin Witherspoon earlier here in this draft. But Gonzalez, you mentioned it, sort of the ballerina in terms of the skill and the production, Lance. One of the more impressive guys, and I know for you, Bucky, you liked him as well. He was your number 2 corner on your board.
I mean, I liked him a lot. I like that crispy white outfit that you got. I mean, you got to be bad. You can't sit down. You can't have anything spill on you. You can walk and shake the commissioner's hand. But it's kind of like his game.
He's dehydrated. He's starving.
Yeah, his game. He's not eating anything.
Nothing is anywhere near.
Get everything away from me. No chicken fingers. I don't want any sauce on my white stuff. But his game is terrific when it comes to being able to see ball, get ball.
Yeah, if you go back to the 2021 tape, which I did, I watched him at Colorado. And I watched him match up with Drake London, and it was a great battle between those 2 big guys. And then you go watch him this year at Oregon. Look, it's very rare to have the height, the weight, and then the electric speed the fluidity of movement. I keep saying that, but I think the Patriots stole one here. The big concern that I've heard from teams about Christian Gonzalez is he's got to be more physical and really impose his size and play to his size. And the second thing is they want him to trust his eyes a little bit more and play with a little bit better anticipation and instincts. But when you look at the physical attributes, you can see a guy like Stephon Gilmore in the way that he plays. I think he's a more athletic version, though.
Absolutely.
And
that is actually a great comp in terms of like that part of it. Stephon Gilmore, when he went from Buffalo to the Patriots, his game went up a notch because he not only pressed like he did all the time in Buffalo, he started learning how to play off, sit back, play with his eyes. In New England, their defense is actually built from back to front because they play a lot of man coverage. They play off and they play up in your face, and they want their guys to attack the ball. And so Gonzalez does all that. But Lance pointed out a big part. Will he be physical enough? He has to be able to tackle on the edge. He doesn't always play to his size when it comes to the physicality.
No, and I tell you, a guy who he reminds me of at times was Ahkello Witherspoon. When he came out of Colorado, big, long, fluid, athletic, a lot of fun to watch, but he wasn't the most physical guy either. But, I mean, Gonzalez, to me, is on a different level. I've got him as my top-rated corner, and because he has special traits that are hard to find in the NFL, but ball production is key for teams. Like, he's going to have to make plays on the ball.
Real quick here, because you mentioned his time at Colorado. What's like the one trait that evolved from CU to Oregon?
Well, I didn't see one, honestly. Okay. I thought maybe his tape was a shade better at Colorado, honestly, if I'm being honest. I think at Oregon, he was pressing a little bit because he was the big transfer.
Trying to make plays.
So I didn't think he really evolved. I thought his Colorado tape is just as good as his Oregon tape.
All right, so the New England Patriots adding to a defense that was pretty terrific a season ago. They opportunistic and found ways to get into the end zone in a big way. The Detroit Lions back on the clock. Their pick coming up in just a couple minutes.
So in the draft, first team.
Round number 1 of the 2023 NFL Draft. You're watching NFL Draft Center. And just to reset, a couple minutes ago, Emmanuel Forbes getting selected by Washington. Christian Gonzalez off the board to New England Patriots. The Detroit Lions at 18. Now they are on the clock as we take a closer look at their draft room presented by Verizon. And keep in mind, the Lions already made a pick a short time ago. They picked 12th overall. They took Jahmyr Gibbs, the running back out of Alabama. And if you're scratching your head saying, why did they pick 12th? Well, there was a trade. They actually got Houston's pick. That pick actually came from the Arizona Cardinals because they had swapped picks earlier in the draft. And, of course, a full recap when everything is done on NFL.com. But now that the Lions are on the board here, we were all impressed by the selection that Detroit made a little bit earlier. It was gutsy. We was not necessarily talking about taking running backs this early, despite the fact that Bijan Robinson also went in the top 10, 8th to the Atlanta Falcons. But what the direction here from a Detroit perspective, what makes the most sense?
I think you want to continue to add to the defense. The defense is the part that has really helped them. That has hurt them in the past. They couldn't cover. When I talked to Aaron Glenn earlier last season, he talked about their inability to be able to cover, so they threw a bunch of young guys out there and played man-to-man. Well, we've seen them address it in the offseason and free agency. Now you want to go and get a young guy that you can develop. Didn't get it right with Jeff Okudah. Maybe they can get it right this time around.
They need cornerback. They need defensive tackle. They need linebacker. They need tight end. I think they got a running back, wide receiver. They could shock you with a quarterback pick here. I don't think that would be the case, but they could shock you. But, my guess is, like Bucky said, I'm going defensive side of the ball here. Cornerback.
Would be sort of interesting, too, if they do decide to go tight end. That was a need, and there was 2 really good available ones still that are on the board. But let's take you to Kansas City and find out what the pick is.
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jack Campbell, linebacker, Iowa.
Well, that's a little earlier than I expected, but linebacker is one of those needs that I just ran through. They really need inside linebacker. Alex Anzalone is a guy who's there in the middle, but, injuries have been an issue for him at different times during his college and pro career. He's one of the real leaders there. Jack Campbell is a steady Eddie player. I think this is probably a guy who Dan Campbell must have fallen in love with, and Aaron Glenn, their defensive coordinator, because this is, I like Drew Sanders a little better from a linebacker standpoint, but Jack Campbell's been a name that's really been hot in a lot of circles. Recently, I had heard that, teams like Buffalo might have wanted Jack Campbell in the first round. So I think Jack Campbell fits the mentality of Dan Campbell. I just, I question whether or not he's as athletic as some of the testing numbers.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's tough to knock them for taking him when they took him right here at 18, but he was a really good player. And this is a team that needs someone in the middle that can not only be a green dot player, meaning the traffic cop, but can make plays. The athleticism, great in workout. Do you see it on tape? You don't see it consistently. But when you think about Dan Campbell and everything that he represents, he kind of fits the profile of the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I think he does. One thing that I don't love generalizations in life in general, but we do run into things at times in football, Mike, where we start generalizing certain players from certain schools, certain players from certain, high schools, what states they come from. And Big Ten, the question's always about
athleticism.
Is this athletic enough and fast enough, especially at linebacker? And so I think that's something, Bucky, do you think that's fair? I think we should judge each player on his own merit.
It is absolutely fair, and it's absolutely fair because when we think about Iowa, we think about guys with paint jobs and all that other stuff, like they don't get the thing. So with Jack Campbell, he never gets his just due. He wasn't talked about that because he doesn't look like the typical sexy pick that you would get at linebacker. Good player, productive player, downhill player. He makes a lot of plays for the Hawkeyes.
I'm going to throw this your way because Campbell, by the way, it was 4th on your rankings. And Lance, it sounds like you would have waited just a little bit here. Yeah. They also have 3 picks in the second round at 34, 48, and 55. Maybe the gap on another need. Maybe it's tight end here. They might have felt like, the value, maybe it's a little bit higher, but maybe the way the board sets up.
I think the linebacker class is the weakest of the entire draft.
So that makes sense then.
So they're basically saying what they did was they picked for need. I mean, they clearly like him, but this is a need pick. And you always worry about making need picks early. But sometimes when you look, the Pittsburgh Steelers did it.
Yeah.
They needed tackles, so they moved up and got Broderick Jones. So this is a need pick. It doesn't mean it's a bad pick. They needed a linebacker, and I think they felt like, look, once we get past this guy, we run out of linebacker.
He wouldn't have got to him in the second round.
No,
like someone
no
at the
chance.
bottom would scoop him up.
Which is probably why the Steelers looked at the draft board and said, hey, all these offensive linemen, they're off the board now.
Exactly.
At this point, we got to go and make our move and go and grab our guy. Tampa Bay on the clock. The pick is in. Let's take you to Kansas City and hear from the commissioner, Roger Goodell.
With the 19th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Calijah Kancey, defensive end, Pittsburgh.
Get fired up, the Kancey family. You know, we had him on NFL Total Access the other week, and I had asked him about what he made of the comparisons with Aaron Donald. You can imagine he was smiling ear to ear. We had Aaron Donald actually do a video for him. He was absolutely thrilled. The 40 time, I think, is what stands out for everyone from what we saw in Indianapolis, but there's the comp between those two guys. Not many dudes that size in terms of the position run that quickly. Maybe it's irrelevant because we are talking about an interior defensive lineman, but it was notable.
Yeah, I mean, I hate this comp because it puts so much pressure on Kancey, which I don't think is fair. But I'm going to tell you, I think Calijah Kancey is going to be a really good NFL player. I just think that he needs to me, he is the most explosive defensive lineman in the entire draft. And I don't care what position, Tyree Wilson, Will Anderson, whatever you want to say, this guy's the most explosive. The problem you have, though, is he's really more Ed Oliver than he is no one's going to be Aaron Donald. Yeah. But he does have a lot of Ed Oliver coming out. I think he's just as quick off the ball. I think he's really efficient with his hands. Because he gets into people extremely quickly, the 31.5-inch arms don't really bother him as much. But did you hear Roger Goodell just called him defensive end? And there's some people who believe that he can be a base end. I don't know about you, Bucky, but I want to put him on top of the interior guys as close as he can get to beat them with the quickness. I don't want those long arm guys to be able to get their hands on him out wide.
But remember, you talked about his inability. We were talking about him maybe going to the Jets, his inability to be a every down player on the inside. So now you start him out outside, but then on passing downs, you kick him inside. And maybe he's your weak side defensive end. Plays with, I can understand why Todd Bowles will like him. Man, his energy and explosiveness pops off the tape. Then you add the production. Interesting prospect. We saw the testing numbers at the Combine. Certainly worthy of being on the board in first round.
So just as an observation, Tampa Bay goes with Kancey, a defensive player. I'm looking at the rest of the picks here. Maybe we're only talking about 4 quarterbacks taken in this first round. Minnesota, the likely candidate with Will Levis at 23 or a Hendon Hooker. Yeah, we'll find out. The draft continues to roll on here. Seattle already made 1 selection. Devin Witherspoon was that player. They're on the clock, and their pick is coming up. Night number 1 of the NFL draft, and it's been a good one thus far from a Seattle perspective. Getting Bucky's favorite corner, Devin Witherspoon, and for Lance, it was actually his number 2 corner. They take him 5th overall, but 2 first-round selections for the Seahawks as we take you into their draft room presented by Verizon. So they're on the clock right now with pick number 20. They got one of the best defensive players already in the draft. Witherspoon led FBS football amongst the corners with a coverage grade that was second, I should say, a 92.5 PFF coverage grade. The guy's tremendous on that side. Mm-hmm. Do you try to go maybe at 20 here and think about offense?
Well,
how about this? Not to cut you off here.
Yeah.
Because I said this going to break about the quarterback spot. There was speculation that Seattle could be interested in one of these guys at 5.
I think we're done.
Okay, we're done.
I think we're
right?
all finished with that.
Okay. So we think an offensive player that's not a quarterback.
So Pete, we might want to pull this up. If you guys can pull this up, if this is the pick in the control room. So apparently Pete does these riddles or whatever on draft day.
He's been doing all this stuff.
Yeah.
Reading.
So one of the ones that he pulled up, that he posted was a Netflix, something that was on Netflix, and it said coming May 23rd, 2023. Okay. And so, I'm like, okay. And he retweeted, he said, first clue. And then someone else below that went and looked at when the Seattle Seahawks went and visited with Levis, and the selfie with Levis and all the Seahawks contingency, they circled, it was 3/23/23. It was literally the day that the Netflix video. Now, I'm just thinking, how are you putting that out there as a clue thinking you're going to get them at 20? You couldn't have done that. But I just want to put it out there. Oh. That's a Twitter conspiracy theory, okay? That it's Will Levis at some point was going to be a Seahawk. I'm not buying it. What I would do is I would look right now at potentially wide receiver. I mean, really it lines up great for Addison, Flowers, or Smith and Jigba. You've already got Tyler Lockett on one side. You've got big from the other big wide receiver.
Metcalf.
Yeah,
Metcalf. Who put somebody in the slot?
I mean, Metcalf, who I had ranked as like the 7th rated player coming out in that draft, and he went the last pick of the 2nd round. He took my weaknesses from my scouting report and put it up in his locker. I'm with you. DK, I was team DK. You don't have to put my weaknesses. They're not even weaknesses. They made me put them.
It would feel about that time right now. We haven't had a wide receiver taken so far.
No.
I mean, this is going to be the 20th pick of the draft, a far cry from what we saw a season ago with the wide receivers off the board, although there was some buzz. I felt like maybe, Bucky, you were telling me this in the locker room the other day, that some of these wide receivers might be sliding a little bit collectively.
Well, because supply and demand. Yeah. And so when teams are looking at the board, the horizontal board where you have all the different positions, there are fewer guys at other positions and more guys at wide receiver. So you go and get the place where the pool is shallow. Make sure you dip in there. So we talked about offensive tackles and those things.
Look at number 17, Bucky.
You can come back and get those.
You got Nwosa, who is a free agent after this year. What about Nolan Smith to fit into that role?
Well, he reminds me of the Bruce Irvin role. So you talk about that light, undersized guy that can play. You know, the thing about Nolan Smith, we love the traits. We love the athleticism. We haven't seen it produce a lot of disruptive plays in terms of sacks and those things. So what do you do with him as a Sam linebacker?
Guy missed 7 games because of that pec injury in that Georgia team, but obviously tested well in Indianapolis. Let's see what Seattle is going to decide to do with pick number 20.
Got it? The Seattle Seahawks are champions of growing the game of football at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are local boys tackle football players and local girls flag players who are pioneers in flag football growth. These young men and women embody the NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Bethany Uribe. Go ahead, Bethany.
With the 20th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson Njigba, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Jackson Smith-Njigba, depending on who you ask, one of the best, maybe one or two in terms of the wide receiver class. If memory serves me correct, Lance, he was number 2 for you. And for you, Bucky, you had him as the top-ranked wide receiver. So talking about elite guys, why do we like the fit for Seattle?
I love the fit because you can put him in the slot alongside Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. And he is a route runner. And the fact that his ability to run routes will make it so much easier for Geno Smith to continue to play at the level that he played at last year. Remember, we saw both of those Ohio State guys, Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson, respectively, dominate immediately as rookies. Well, guess what? When they all were on the field together with this guy, he was the most productive wide receiver. And so if you're a Seattle Seahawks fan, you have to be ecstatic about what JSN is going to bring to the table as a dynamic playmaker from the slot.
If you pull up, go ahead and do this, Mike, while you got your computer there. I'll talk about Jackson Smith-Njigba. Go to 2021 and look at his last 6 games of the year and be ready to read off those stats. It's going to blow you away. Jackson Smith-Njigba, to me, is not a guy that's a natural, easy separator from the outside. I don't think he has that kind of speed. I think he has to play from the slot, like Bucky said. But he is big. Not only is he big, now you've got DK taking the top off, and you got Lockett, the ultimate shifty wide receiver. I mean, I think that Jackson Smith-Njigba in certain matchups is going to be a 7 and 8 catch guy for Geno Smith. Like, Geno has all kinds of matchups he can get to. If you are a weak cornerback team, then they'll be able to pick their poison now offensively. Go ahead and read some of those numbers if you like.
I'll just give you the yardage numbers because it's like a video game. 240, 139, 105, 127, and a game that I watched that might have been the most entertaining college football game that entire season was the Rose Bowl against Utah. He had 15 catches for 347 yards and 3 tugs.
And that's all in a row, by the way. Those were 5 games in a row, weren't they?
Yeah, back to back to back to back to back.
Now here's the problem this year. He only played 2 or 3 games. He pulled the hamstring, never came back. You know, I wonder if some NFL teams wonder if he just sat out and protected himself. I don't think he gets dinged for that. I mean, honestly, I think the days of people talking about guys sitting out and it's going to hurt you with teams, I think it could, depending on what they think of your football character, but I don't think that's a question with Jackson Smith-Njigba. He is a talented player with incredibly strong hands. Everyone talks about his route running. Man, when the ball goes up, though, and as soon as it hits his hands, you can forget about it because he is going to win with strong hands.
Why did you have him 2? And look, it's not a ton of separation. It's 1 and 2. You had Zay Flowers in front of him. What was the difference between those guys?
Well, I don't think there's, I think, for me, Jalen Hyatt is a boomer bust pick, but I think he has a guy he has a chance to be one of the most explosive players in the entire draft at wide receiver, but I don't expect him to get drafted until late first, early second. But the wide receiver class for me was just jumbled up. I think Zay Flowers has more drops than Jackson Smith-Njigba, but I think he's a more natural, fluid separator. I think he's a better athlete. I think Josh Downs from North Carolina is one of my favorite wide receivers, but he's 171 pounds. Jordan Addison's 175 pounds and wasn't as good this year with the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback as he was last year with Kenny Pickett. Like, it's not the cleanest wide receiver draft this year. Jackson Smith-Njigba didn't play much football this year. So that may be one of the reasons that these wide receivers are drafting, because it's nowhere near what we've seen the last few years.
Not a true number 1 receiver in the class, meaning not a guy like Jamar Chase that you knew was a absolute dog and a stud. But when I look at JSN, and I had this argument with some receiver coaches around the National Football League, I felt like he has the ability to be a number 1. His ability to run routes and to do all the little wiggle stuff that you want to see over the middle of the field, I think that translates outside. And so when we get to Seattle, because a lot of this when it comes to drafting is fit and scheme.
Yep.
He's a perfect fit in their scheme with the weapons that they have around. He is going to have a lot of one-on-one coverage against third cornerbacks. Yeah. That's a win for the Seahawks. It should be easier for Geno Smith.
Chargers are on the clock here. 2-part question. We'll keep it 1 part here. Seahawks, they have not drafted a corner or a wide receiver in the first round in the Pete Carroll, John Schneider era prior to this draft. When you guys do your radio interviews, when you're writing your articles on NFL.com, how will we talk about the Seahawks in round number 1 and what they did today?
Well, I think we'll basically say Well, I think it's going to be a very positive,
Yeah.
very, very positive comments because they got a great playmaker and you know, they were Legion of Boom at one point, right, during their heyday. Now they got a guy who takes the ball away in Witherspoon and a physical guy to come up when they play some zone and go hit people as a run stopper. But the other thing is they added another piece to really make Geno Smith's life easier. Everyone just assumed they were going to take a quarterback and, yeah, Geno's a one-year plug-and-play guy. What if this is going to be, you know, his Vinny Testaverde moment or his Rich Gannon moment? What if he's going to play his best football, Geno Smith, in the middle of his career? What if that's the case? Then all this talk about letting Brett Favre have weapons, how about Geno Smith gets the same type of weapons to work with like, you know, the Jets are trying to put together?
Chargers, Ravens, Vikings, and Jags.
This is going to surprise us.
The next pick? Okay. We'll find out what it is. Chargers. Pick is in.
Big
Take it to Kansas City. Hello.
Big surprise.
With the 21st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston, wide receiver, TCU.
So Quentin Johnston, the guy you knew, you must have saw it on social media here.
Look, because you're not tipping any picks. No. I need to know here. You got me waiting in suspense.
I could tell you.
This is interesting because he's another of the big receivers. Yeah. Because we know the Chargers like big receivers. Keenan Allen on the outside, Mike Williams. So then they get a vertical playmaker to go on the outside. Now, I wonder, you have Keenan Allen, you have Mike Williams. How you keep all these big guys because they played some other guys, Joshua Palmer and some of these other guys on the field. Where does he get on the field?
Well,
but as a first-round pick, he gives them a little juice. And, man, if I'm a fantasy guy, go ahead and put a lot on Justin Herbert because I don't think the Chargers are going to run the ball at all with Kellen Moore. At all.
You know, he does actually fit from a schematic standpoint like you talked about. He's the big, long guy, and he can run now as his play speed is fast on tape. He's faster on tape than I think he timed at his pro day. Drops are an issue. I will tell you right now, drops can be an issue for Quentin Johnston, but he's also incredible after the catch, very physical after the catch. There's like high highs and low lows for him, but you give him a quarterback like Justin Herbert who needed a deep threat, I think this is an interesting pick.
He automatically is the best athlete that they have in their wide receiver core. Think about what he brings as a jumper, expanding the strike zone. This is a good pick for Justin Herbert.
I tell you, you just said something that would scare the bejesus out of me if I was Justin Herbert. If I'm not mistaken, his wide receiver room led the NFL in drops a season ago, and now you're telling me drops is an issue.
I mean, it is.
You just got to throw it more to get the percentages up.
I like where your head's at. Shooters keep shooting, you know what I'm saying? The Baltimore Ravens making a lot of news today, striking a deal with their quarterback, Lamar Jackson. They're on the clock. We'll get you their pick. It's coming up next on the NFL Draft Center. All right, so much speculation on what the Ravens could do, not knowing the situation at the quarterback spot. Well, that got shored up today. They are on the clock right now. We will get you that pick from the Commissioner Roger Goodell in just a couple of moments. But Lamar making it official today on social media.
You know, for the last few months, there's been a lot of he say, she say, a lot of nail biting, a lot of head scratching going on. But for the next 5 years, it's a lot of flock going on. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go, man. Can't wait to get there. Can't wait to be there. Can't wait to light up M&T for the next 5 years, man.
That's good, man.
So he gets the richest contract in NFL history, topping now Jalen Hurts.
Big
You got to pay that commission either. You got to pay that agent fee.
What is that, 3%?
Yeah.
Nowadays,
he
the going
keeps
rate?
all of that. He gets to keep all of that.
3% on a guarantee.
Lives in Florida.
Let me hold
no state
some.
tax.
Oh.
I just want to hold a little. I got no state tax
That's
in Texas.
right.
Let me hold a little bit. Just hold a little small amount.
A little bag. Just a little bag.
Yeah.
Keeping as much of that coin as possible. This, I don't know if the pick today at 22 would have changed whether or not Lamar got his deal or not, but is it at all a factor for inside that draft room?
Well, I mean, they could tell Lamar, hey, as part of it, they could say, listen, we know we haven't had the weapons around you. We've tried to, and they have tried. I mean, Baltimore's tried. They've got some interesting tight ends. They added Odell Beckham Jr. He's on a one-year deal. I think Rashad Bateman comes back. He's healthy this year. They could say, hey, listen, we're going to grab a guy like Jordan Addison or Zay Flowers. We're going to get a dynamic pass catcher from the slot for you, which is, I think, where he does most of his work is inside the hashes, inside the numbers. Lamar's a little better than outside the numbers. And they both have some speed, too, especially Zay Flowers. So they could look at this and say, we're going to try to help you out. I think the football move, the smarter football move, though, might be just to draft a talented cornerback and help out your defense.
Some good corners available, good wide receivers that are still available. I don't know if this is the run that we're going to see now with Jackson Smith and Jigba and then Quentin Johnston getting drafted by the Seahawks and the Chargers. Once again, Ravens on the clock here. And it's funny because you just brought up Zay Flowers because he is the number one wide receiver, Lance, on your board.
Right.
Steve Smith, a senior who I actually saw in makeup earlier today, he told us the comp for Zay Flowers is himself. He really likes him. So I started thinking about maybe some of those connections in Baltimore. Maybe that is a good pick. Is that where you would go?
It would be a really good pick. They need more juice. They're going to need more playmaking. They're changing their offense. Let's see what it looks like. Is it going to be ground and pound, or we're going to throw it a little bit now that you paid the big money?
By the way. And we talked about, Bucky and I were talking during the break about Todd Monken, the new offense coordinator who came from Georgia. You know, Georgia's tight end central, and they've got a couple tight ends over there right now with, and he's creative too. He's creative in what he does. So I like the idea of giving him one more weapon. I just think cornerback maybe is a little smarter move for them.
No matter what happens for the Baltimore Ravens with this pick, they've won the night. Lamar Jackson, 5-year deal for a Raven in a Ravens uniform. Let's get you the pick.
With the 22nd pick in the 2023 draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers, wide receiver, Boston College.
Big trust.
There it is. Zay Flowers, the wide receiver, is taking inside the green room, built by Lowe's. 503 yards after the catch last season. That was first in the ACC. Physical wide receiver. Zay Flowers, once again, you guys said you like this pick. They're doubling down here on the offensive side.
He's
which
different.
Is huge.
He's different. When I was at the Combine, you know, Bucky, you've done this a long time. I've done it for quite a while, but I haven't been on the field as much as Bucky has in the past. And I always like to do that at the Combine because you can feel guys a little bit better. And I tell you what, Zay Flowers, you could feel Zay Flowers on the field. His swagger, the way he ran his routes, the tough catches he made at the Combine, he has a level of confidence that's extraordinary. He never gets down on himself. Now, he had some drop issues, but it never impacted his play during the season. Like, he never let it linger. So I really like the confidence level that he brings. Like, come on. You see guys, Bucky, you've been around long enough to know guys that have that confidence level that is unshakable. I really get the sense that that's what he has, and I think that's important for that Raven swag.
My comp for him was Antonio Brown. When Antonio Brown was in his prime with the Pittsburgh Steelers. This guy is
big comp too.
Explosive with the ball in his hands. Runs routes, separates, has a different kind of on-field demeanor than some of the wide receivers that you see. He has that dog mentality. When he gets it, he wants to score and put it in the paint every time. Love the toughness, the physicality. Watch how he breaks through and runs through contact on the way to scoring. That one day, Mike, when he was out at the East West Shrine game, no one could stay close to him. He's a problem. He is going to be a problem. And you have an opportunity to put him alongside Odell Beckham Jr., where he gets to put a little more sauce on his game watching Odell every day.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah, and he can go make plays. Like, Lamar's accuracy can be a little up and down, but he can go make plays. And you do wonder, and you asked a question, I gave the answer. Yeah. Like, they may have told him, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers, we got a guy that we think would really fit you. In my last mock draft, I had Zay Flowers going to, in my last one, I mean mock 3.0, not my final one. I had him going to the Ravens because I thought it made a lot of sense. And I know there will be some people who say, but they just added Odell Beckham. That's a one-year deal. Yep. You can't draft or not draft a position based on a one-year deal, coming off of an ACL tear where he didn't play last year.
Yeah, look, we're seeing the run now on the wide receivers. 3 consecutive wide receivers that have been drafted. The Seahawks at 20, JSN, 21, the Chargers, Quentin Johnston, and now the Baltimore Ravens at 22 taking Zay Flowers. Second straight year, 3 straight wide receivers taken in the draft, although a little bit higher a season ago with Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, and Jameson Williams, 10, 11, 12 last season. Vikings are on the clock right now. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. Vikings were linked to maybe taking one of these quarterbacks. Will Levis and Hendon Hooker now still available on the board. They still had massive needs as you take a look at their draft room. Massive needs on the defensive side. Jacksonville still looming. The Giants could be thinking about wide receiver as well. I think you can make an argument maybe the Bills are also thinking about wide receiver. What makes sense right now for Minnesota, a team that was in the postseason, a defense that, this is the nicest way I could put it, was pretty horrific a season ago.
Well, their corners are, they really need corner help right now, and they don't have a second-round pick. They only have 5 picks this entire draft. You lost, as it says right there, Patrick Peterson and Cam Dantzler. Let's be honest also, you don't have a chance of, you could look at Hendon Hooker, but he's not going to be there in a second because you don't have a second-round pick. Yeah. You don't get a draft until the 3rd. So Will Levis or Hendon Hooker could be a pick here, but it hurts a little bit because you don't have a lot of draft picks. So if you draft a guy that is going to sit for the whole year, you're not really getting a lot of help from this draft.
I mean, that is the problem when you only have 5 picks and you're sitting in the first round. And as much as we want to say, hey, they need to get their quarterback of the future, they may have to punt on that and find a defensive player. As they're probably saying, Aaron Rodgers is no longer in our division. Yeah. And it is wide open, not only for us to win the division, but for us to win the entire NFC because look at the quarterbacks that are in the NFC. So this is about adding firepower to that defense. They have to get defensive. But remember, Brian Flores takes over that defense. Yeah. A lot of cover zero, a lot of bump and run, a lot of man-to-man stuff. So if it's corner, has to be a guy who has a very vast toolbox.
Who's the corner then? Is it Joey Porter Jr.?
See, the thing about I don't think Joey Porter Jr. moves well enough to be the guy.
He's press and run, and I think that's it. And Deonte Banks could be. Now, Deonte Banks has explosive traits.
More, yeah, but
he has explosive traits. But I thought for me, I put a second-round grade on him because I didn't think Deonte Banks had like first-round tape. And so what you run into, as Bucky mentioned here, is you always have to take into account scheme. And Brian Flores is going to handle the scheme here, so what scheme makes sense? They need linebacker help. You have Drew Sanders still on the board. You need cornerback help. Yep. You could really use some help. There's talk about will Dalvin Cook potentially be on the trade block at some point? I don't really see. It doesn't make a lot of sense right now with running backs, the 2 best off the board. It's a little tough to you lost Adam Thielen. You could look wide receiver, but I don't really see a true outside wide receiver right here available with Jordan Addison. I like him a little bit more from the slot. So this is one where I'm sure Minnesota Vikings in a perfect world would love to move back a little bit, stay in the first round, and add a little more draft capital this year. But if it hasn't happened so far, I don't think it's going to happen.
So here's the thing. Maybe Jordan Addison ends up being the pick because they're saying we're just going to pair someone alongside Justin Jefferson. We're going to go for it. Offensively, we have Kirk Cousins coming back, whether we like him or not. He has been very, very productive. And so you put another weapon out there, you lose Adam Thielen, you put another route runner out there, maybe this offense can take it up just a little more and put more points on the board.
I'm looking at this division right now, and you're right. I think the Lions, the Vikings, the Bears all sitting there going, Rodgers, out the door, all good, things are open, right?
This is us.
So the Lions, I look at what they did today with their 2 picks and getting an offensive and a defensive guy. The Vikings, maybe they go offensive guy. Like this, all of a sudden, we know what the Bears are. All of a sudden, this is all like firepower here. Like, where are you generating any of these stops? And I don't know. I mean, you guys do this and get paid to do this, but from a Minnesota perspective, I don't know how you possibly draft another offensive player knowing how bad that defense was. We got to come up with some stops.
You know, you've got to hit. I mean, you can't, if you miss on drafts, you go back and look at their drafts. They've had some misses here recently, and when that happens and you start panicking and you start trading draft picks for this guy or trading draft picks or you move up and you end up with 5 picks in the draft right now and you have too many needs for the picks that you have. So you can't get it all in 1 year. You're just going to have to wait, and you have to be patient, and you have to trust your process over the next 3 years and not just this year. You can't just panic. People are talking about Minnesota needs to move up and go get a quarterback. Move up with what? No. They don't have a 2nd-round pick. They have a 3rd, a 5th, and like a 6th or 7th, I think, to go along with the first. So you just need to go find a good football player here this year, and you worry about the draft next year. Maybe you start moving back in the middle rounds, just trying to get capital for next year as well.
It was tough, man, watching that playoff game. You're at home. I mean, it wasn't tough for me because I'm a Giants fan, but you're watching that game and you're going, you got to be kidding me, man. You guys can't come up with one stop at home?
At all. At all. And it's not getting better right now. You know, that's the problem is if you don't draft a cornerback right here at a big position of need, I don't know where you're going to get your stops outside.
Yeah. And look, maybe because we're talking about the corner class being pretty good, and you're right, they don't have a 2nd-round pick. Maybe they were able to finagle something and move up a little bit later in the draft, and maybe that board, they got a guy that they really like, and they can go and draft him, and maybe it's an offensive player that they are thinking. I know we just showed you their draft room. There was some celebration. I know the pick is in. We'll get out to Kansas City in just a moment here. If it is an offensive player, is it obvious? I'm just looking at your guys' rankings. Does it have to be Jordan Addison, just knowing what the wide receiver rankings were?
You can go pure speed and go Jalen Hyatt here.
Yeah, you get some gas. You can get some beep in Jalen Hyatt.
Any of the tight ends intriguing to you? Dalton Kincaid, maybe?
Well, yeah, but remember, you just traded for T.J. Hawkinson.
Yeah, you punted on T.J. Hawkinson. You had him. They had Irv Smith
you traded Hawkinson.
They just traded for Hawkinson.
That's right. They traded for Hawkinson. So you're not going to go tight end, I don't think.
All right, let's find out what this pick is. We'll take it to Kansas City right now. It has raised a good debate on our set. We'll see what the answer is. Here's Commissioner Roger Goodell.
With the 23rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison, wide receiver, USC.
There it is, doubling down on the offensive side. Brian Baldinger, who was going through the tape, we had Jordan Addison on NFL Total Access. He said, I don't know if there's another wide receiver in this draft who makes a break, cuts, and doesn't really lose much speed. I don't know what the comps are. I spent a lot of time in my career covering the Pac-12. Another SC guy comes to mind for me in terms of the way they move and the look of it and the speed. Marquise Lee is a guy that I thought of
that's pretty good.
Initially. But Addison, supremely talented, but you guys have talked about it. Not the biggest wide receiver.
No, not the biggest wide receiver. And I think part of the thing that clouded his evaluation, we saw him the year before at Pittsburgh, and he was the Biletnikoff Award winner. He was dominant. We saw the numbers. He was playing with Kenny Pickett. He now arguably plays with a better quarterback in Caleb Williams, and the numbers are half of what they were. And so you're trying to figure out why. Why didn't he dominate the Pac-12 like he dominated the ACC? And so because of that, it just led to more questions and concerns about his game, and also the system coming out to air raid. Even though we saw him run routes at Pittsburgh, you can't help but be jaded by someone who plays in the air raid system where, look, you just run in the grass, and they kind of create all the opportunities for you.
Yeah, Jordan Addison, I think, is a nice weapon to have. I question the impact he's going to have over there. Justin Jefferson is I think you'd like to find a good possession receiver, a big ball winner, and that's hard to find in the first round here. If you could go in the second round, you could get a guy like Cedric Tillman. They don't have a second-round pick. So I think Jordan Addison, I'm not sure I 100% like the fit here for them. I get it, and I think he's going to get catches and looks. Kirk Cousins is an accurate passer, and he is a good route runner when it comes to maintaining momentum through breaks. I just, I think that life is going to be a little bit tougher for him from a getting open standpoint. And
the bigger thing, I'm not going to lie, the combine kind of impacted me when he ran. You would think that he was more explosive in terms of the time. You thought he was going to put up a really good time.
That's a fast track over there.
And he didn't. And you see him play, and he has, more than adequate quickness. He has slippery running skills. He's a former punt returner, which you like, all those things. I just don't know, when I looked at him as an evaluation without knowing where he's going, how much I like him. But I do like him in Minnesota playing opposite Justin Jefferson, because he's not going to get a double coverage. He just has to win one.
You love that part.
Yeah. Two teams right now in this first round who I think are sitting there going, damn, I wish I was able to move down in this draft. I think the Jets certainly come to mind, and this Minnesota Vikings squad. The G-Men, the Giants on the clock.
Let's go, Yam.
Yeah, which
Let's
direction
go.
do they go? I'm anticipating. Believe me, I can't wait to see that. It's coming up next.
I was lazy.
So here we go. The New York Giants, they like someone and was worried maybe Jacksonville or another team might have moved and tried to go and grab them. So they swapped picks with the Jags. In exchange, Jacksonville getting the 160th and the 240th picks in the draft. Trying to figure out who the G-Men might be looking at as you take a closer look. Brian Daboll, Joe Shane crushed it a season ago in their draft. And then obviously what Daboll was able to accomplish in year number one, leading the Giants to the NFL postseason. They've spent a ton of money, if I'm not mistaken, in the top 3 or 4 in the NFL this free agency period on deals like Daniel Jones' deal, Saquon Barkley, trying to lock him up to a long-term deal. They've tinkered with some of the offensive pieces to try to get better. And then, of course, added one of the best tight ends in the NFL in Darren Waller. Is there an obvious need that we're thinking about for the Giants?
Well, Giants need inside linebacker is one of the positions that they need. They need corner. They could use guard play, but I don't think it would fit right here. And a lot of people talked about wide receiver, but you're kind of out of options at wide receiver because I don't think Jalen Hyatt is a fit for what they do.
No, Jalen Hyatt is not a fit. And plus, they ran out all those wide receivers that they brought in. A bunch of mighty mites. Wink Martindale, defensive coordinator, did a really good job. But remember, they lost Julian Love, which hurt them in the back end. Mm-hmm. They lost James Bradbury before the season started. And so you just wonder, can Wink Martindale play the defense that he wants with what they have on the outside?
And you still have a couple corners in Deonte Banks and Joey Porter Jr. Still on the board who I had higher grades on. So I think they would, one of those guys, you would make some sense here.
I would also imagine, knowing what's in that division right now, trying to help out that defense. You figure Brian Daboll will be able to scheme up some ways to score and generate some offense. The pick is in. Here's the commish.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 24th pick to the New York Giants. With the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deonte Banks, defensive back, Maryland.
So the Bills.
Okay, snap reaction. Yeah. You're the Giants fan here. What do you think?
I love it. I think one of the biggest issues that this team had was in the secondary. You chronicled some of the issues that they had, not having Jordan Love now. To me, this makes a whole lot of sense in a big way. And I think what's really fascinating in Lance, I was looking at some of your player rankings. You had him as the third corner on the board. He has been rising over these last few weeks, and definitely one of those guys that I think should fit really well in this team's defense.
Yeah, he's got tremendous height, weight, speed, and explosiveness numbers, like over 40-inch vertical, tremendous broad jump, ran in a sub 4.40. You see, he's got the height that you love. But yeah,
I mean, the club.
Yeah, you better be able to get off press against Deonte Banks, because if you can't, he is going to be a problem.
It's a long day for you. And Wink Martindale wants to put those guys on the island. He's not going to give them help. He wants guys that can stand alone in coverage. Deonte Banks can do that. And when you watch the tape, you became more excited about him time after time after time, because you're talking about a height, weight, speed athlete who has also shown intriguing stuff as a developmental prospect on the edge. Not a finished product, but man, that combination of size and speed is hard to find. Yeah, Wink Martindale, Jerome Henderson, they have an opportunity to get to work and do some stuff with him.
Darren Waller, Paris Campbell, some of the new additions. Waller, obviously the biggest one. I'm just wondering, from an offensive standpoint, there wasn't much of a vertical game. I'm wondering if they sit there and go, you know what, we've addressed that. There were some glaring needs, and in this first round, we didn't really have much of a choice, considering the wide receivers that were off the board. We got to go defense.
I mean, the draft, we're inside a first-round bubble. Yeah. The draft's lots of rounds. There's lots of different players and lots of rounds. So really, go take the best available at a position of need, and that's what they did here. They can go look at wide receiver a little bit later if they want to, to your point.
Okay, so a couple of picks left here. Buffalo now on the clock here in round number one. We'll reset with some of the trades and some of the things that have gone down with teams flip-flopping some of these picks, but that's a look at the next four picks. Bills, Cowboys, Jags, who I know you know very well, and the Cincinnati Bengals. More NFL Draft Center still to come. All right, let's tell you about another trade that has gone down in this first round. The Buffalo Bills. We saw the Jags swap picks with the Giants. The Bills are like, no, I want in on that action as well. They'll move up to 25. The Jags, they'll get the 27th pick and the 130th pick. So Jacksonville trying to add to their mix of draft picks this year. As you take a closer look at what's transpiring in Buffalo inside that draft room, there's clearly a guy that they like. I don't know if there's a position of need that stands out to you. I think about wide receiver, another offensive piece for that guy, Josh Allen. Maybe it's tight end for him as well. I don't think they're thinking defense here to move up to 25, but anything stand out to you guys?
Well, this has to be about trying to diversify the passing game around Stephon Diggs.
Sure.
The Buffalo Bills want to do more, but they don't have a number two. They thought Gabe Davis would be that guy. He hasn't taken the step that they thought. So now you have Stephon Diggs, who's kind of on an island. So someone that can help him get loose and help Josh Allen play quarterback instead of him having to be a football player like you talked about.
Yeah, and you got a wide tight end if you wanted to go 2 tight end sets with Knox and Michael Mayer. You got the ultimate pass catcher, who a lot of people thought would be gone by now, and and that would make a lot of sense with Dalton Kincaid. Don't really see a wide receiver. Inside linebacker feels a little early, for Drew Sanders. So they like somebody here.
Yeah, the pick is in. We find out exactly who they like right now.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 25th pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 25th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid, tight end, Utah.
Kincaid, who has it?
Dalton Kincaid, tight end, 2022 third-team AP All-American.
Dalton Kincaid, dominant on that drive.
So Dalton Kincaid, the selection, he's the only D1 tight end to have 4 seasons of at least 8 receiving touchdowns in the last 25 years. A supreme talent, ridiculous athlete. He was on Total Access with us the other week. I said, hey, man, you only had 2 drops all of last season. What do you attribute to the hands? And he said, when I was a kid, I used to jump on this trampoline. My dad would throw balls at me. And he said, if I drop one, we'd have to go in. I don't want to stop playing. So I just stayed out there as long as I could. No?
I mean, Dalton Kincaid doesn't drop the football. So if you throw it his way, he's going to catch it. I'd love to make a comp to Mark Andrews, but he's not. I mean, I think he's a little more loose than Mark Andrews, but just like Andrews, he has a chance to be a high-volume pass catcher. Fantasy football people out there, I think you're going to really need to keep your eyes on Dalton Kincaid in some of your dynasty leagues, because he's got a chance to be. What he is a big wide receiver. Yeah. He's a big wide receiver with average time speed, but he plays faster than his time speed. But as you'll see in these videos, that's a razor sharp cut right there out of his break. His focus and concentration is incredible. And that game he had against USC was easily the best game, I think, for any pass catcher in college football. And I'm including wide receivers for any game other than maybe Jalen Hyatt's 5-touchdown game against Alabama. But Dalton Kincaid now gives Buffalo, and we talked about this, Bucky, you got to have different ways to get into the paint for offenses, and this is a different way other than just Stephon Diggs.
He reminds me a lot of Chris Cooley from the old Washington franchise,
yeah,
in terms of being an H-back type that can get open, soft hands, work the middle of the field. I had an old coach who talked about he can catch a BB in the dark. That's how tight his hands are in terms of being able to.
That's perfect, Coach.
Whitey Jordan used to say that. But his ability to catch the ball gives them a dependable weapon over the middle field. So now you have Dalton Kincaid, Dawson Knox, Stephon Diggs, maybe a more controlled passing game for Josh Allen to be a little more efficient for this Buffalo Bills offense.
You know, we spent so much time the last couple seasons talking about the efficiency at the running back spot for this Buffalo squad. And the numbers, maybe they tell a little bit of a different story. And they've tried to address that. They drafted Cook, obviously, last year. Zach Moss, another Utah football player that was on that roster at one point, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's with the Colts right now. But are you surprised that it's another pass catcher? I know you're talking about maybe a traditional number 2 around Gabe Davis. That didn't happen. He is a great pass catcher, but you surprised that it's not another piece on that offense?
Maybe after being so spread out and so wide open, they decided maybe we need to kind of bring it in a little bit, be a little tighter, be a little more physical, protect our quarterback more by using more 12 personnel packages, trying to dictate the terms to the defense in a different way. Josh Allen, I think a couple of weeks ago, talked about I have to go from being a football player to really thinking about playing the game like a quarterback. And so less of the wild maverick plays that we saw from him and maybe more precision from the pocket, being able to deliver and distribute.
Yeah, Josh Allen also said he is getting a little bit older as well, which is that other quote that he threw out there. So Bills fans should be thrilled. Another offensive piece for Josh Allen and a team that was knocking on the door, man. They are still, like, I know we've had these conversations, is the window closed? It's not closed on this Buffalo squad just yet. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. There was a lot of speculation as you take a closer look. That draft room, man, it looks like something out of Star Wars.
Can you call them America's team as a Giants fan?
No. Are you kidding me? No. If I wasn't on air, I almost slipped and said something I didn't want. I was getting a little too comfortable here with you guys at this point. But there was a lot of talk. You can get me in trouble, man. There was a lot of talk of Dallas thinking about running back. I don't think that's the pick here.
Yeah.
But
not now.
Exactly, because Jahmyr Gibbs is now off the board, and I think a lot of people had mocked Gibbs to this team. Bijan Robinson, I don't think there was a world that existed where he was going to fall at this point. But from a Dallas Cowboys perspective, what is the biggest need right now that they can address with the 26th overall pick?
Maybe we can bring Zeke back. Maybe. maybe we bring Zeke back.
The cost
we don't
is a
have
little much.
Bijan. We don't have Jahmyr Gibbs. Can we bring Zeke back? No. For the Dallas Cowboys, if Mike McCarthy is taking over this offense, it has to be a tight end. Going all the way back to his history with the Green Bay Packers, when he was the play caller, he always had multiple tight ends, and he would use those guys in a variety of ways. And so getting Dak Prescott is the number one priority in terms of getting him back to playing at a high level, maybe a top 5 level. They have to find someone that can control the middle of the field to go with the other weapons that they have in place in Brandon Cooks and CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup.
You know, it's tricky because they're going to run a lot of outside zone stuff, pure outside zone stuff. And one of the best at that this year was John Michael Schmitz, who was a center for Minnesota. But we've seen James Daniels, Cam Jurgens, guys who were clear outside zone centers, ended up playing guard. Landon Dickerson has been playing, guard after being a guard and center at Alabama. So John Michael Schmitz, would fit what they need because they do have interior offensive line needs at guard. They have need at interior defensive line at defensive tackle. Yeah. And, of course, they have made some moves, I think, to strengthen some other areas of concerns. But tight end with Michael Mayer, I mean, he does have some Jason Witten qualities to him. I think that was my comp. And so, Jason Witten being the comp for Michael Mayer is kind of interesting here since Jerry Jones had him. Now, I'm going to throw a little wild card.
Okay.
Everyone talks about Arkansas. Yeah. Drew Sanders is a linebacker from Arkansas who was a 5-star recruit at Alabama. He transferred over to Arkansas, played inside linebacker, had over 100 tackles, 9.5 sacks, and 13.5 tackles for loss. Incredible performance and productivity from the linebacker spot. He is from Arkansas, if that matters to Jerry Jones at all. And it is a position of need for them because Leighton Vander Esch is on a 1-year deal. So, I mean, that's an interesting wild card pick at least.
I think Bucky likes it. I'm looking at your player rankings, number 1 in terms of that position.
I do. I love all those things that we were talking about. Like, I like them addressing the tight end position. Yeah. I like going Drew Sanders and maybe having him kind of be like a little Michael Parsons light.
Oh, yeah, him and Parsons rushing, but
it's not going to be those guys. It's unfortunate. It's not going to be those guys. It's going to be somebody different. It's going to be somebody that's going to blow Lance's.
Oh, okay. All right.
Will Levis.
It's going to absolutely.
Can you imagine?
Absolutely. His head is going to absolutely explode when the pick is read.
Okay. Look, we saw the draft room, and it looked like Jerry Jones and company. They were cheering. They were handshaking.
Keanu Benton.
I was. All right. We'll
I didn't
find
get
out.
it, did I?
Well,
No, that's not
the
it.
commissioner, Roger Goodell, is going to tell us if you got it right, Lance.
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mazi Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Hold up now. Hold
All right,
up now.
Bucky said your mind would be blown, Lance.
Is my mind blown on Mach 4.0, Bucky? Who do we have there for Dallas?
You had him? Oh, let's go.
My man.
So what did you like so much about Mazi?
Well, I just know they really need defensive tackle, so I reached, just like the Cowboys did. I tried to get into the mind of the Dallas Cowboys. That's what I do in mock drafts. I said, who can I get a defensive tackle that might be a little bit of a reach? But look, Mazi Smith has really rare size and short area quickness. He is a strong guy. The problem is he doesn't always play as powerful at the point of attack because he's a little bit upright. He's not much of a knee bender, so he doesn't play at his 330, 340 pounds at all times, but he moves great. I mean, he's really a quick guy, and I think on tape, if you can get him to drop that pad level and play with a little more bend, he's going to be a much better leverage player. But I saw flashes of pass rush, too. You don't see it in his production at all at Michigan, which is a big knock on his play. However, I thought there were flashes of him being able to get up the field and rush. So, I think it's a pretty good pick for the Dallas Cowboys. It's a big pick of need, though. And I personally would have gone tight end in that spot.
Freak athlete, unpolished diamond. But he has an opportunity to be a big-time player for them as a 0 and a 3 technique.
Number 4 on your rankings, Bucky, in terms of the defensive tackles. Not done just yet with round number 1. In fact, Bucky, you're very familiar with the Jacksonville Jaguars calling their games on radio. They're on the clock. They've traded down a couple times here. We'll find out what their pick is coming up next. Night number 1 of the NFL Draft. It has given us a ton of fun, and we've been tricked a couple times. Last 5 picks, we saw a run at the wide receiver spot. Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison getting selected. And just to be clear, it's not just 2 wide receivers that make it a run. Actually, before the Zay Flowers pick, the Chargers drafting Quentin Johnston. But the Giants getting a corner that they needed in Deonte Banks. And once again, the Dallas Cowboys, the Buffalo Bills moving up to get Dalton Kincaid. And then the Cowboys looking for a little bit help on that interior defensive line. The Jags are on the clock. Huge turnaround from a season ago. They have a franchise quarterback. They spent a ton of money in last year's free agency that did them well. They got to the postseason and gave us some really bright moments. You go back and forth by Coastal because you're around this football organization. You're calling games on the radio side. What's the obvious need here? Yeah, okay, all right. Bucky's looking at his top 5 position rankings.
Here's what happened.
Okay.
Today, I think there's a report coming out of Jacksonville about Cam Robinson.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
A multiple game suspension for PEDs. And so when you look at the roster for the Jaguars, you have Walker Little, but Walker Little was already penciled in to replace Juwan Taylor, who went to the Kansas City Chiefs. So now, being without Cam Robinson, it alters the way that you might have to approach the draft. And so you have Trevor Lawrence, you have Calvin Ridley, you have this dynamic receiver core, but now you don't know if you can keep the quarterback upright. So it probably forces you to alter your course, and maybe you have to look at the offensive tackle class as opposed to maybe a nickel corner like we speculate.
There is, if we had my big board, I'd be able to show you. There's only one tackle. There's only one tackle that I have that could go in the first round, and I got him late in the first round. It's Anton Harrison. That's the last guy left.
And it's the 5th guy that's on your rankings right now, Bucky. Let's take a closer listen here. Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 27th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Anton Harrison, tackle, Oklahoma.
Okay, you guys called it. You said, hey, there's some things that have transpired. The plan that you thought you had heading into this draft, it gets changed a little bit. What do we like about Harrison?
There's a lot to like about him. Just his athleticism, his ability to make things on the edge. Not necessarily the most refined player, but the tools are there. And when you think about in this draft, when we're looking at offensive tackles, you want guys that have the frame, they have the length, they have the balance and body control to do some of the stuff. And you're hoping that your coaches can coach up the technique part of it. He is a nice ball of clay that you can mold into being a solid starting offensive tackle in this league.
Yeah, I like him better than there's some teams that really didn't care for him as much. It was kind of split, but I liked Anton Harrison. I thought that, one of the things we saw him do a lot was he stays under his pads. He doesn't overextend when a guy's about to set him up with a spin move. That's kind of a veteran move. That's like an instinctive thing. You either have that or you don't. You're either patient or you're not as a tackle. And he's tough. Biedenbaugh, the offensive line coach, is a guy who coaches toughness. I think he does a nice job over there at Oklahoma. And it is drafting not just a position of need, but you think about this. As Bucky mentioned, you've got Trevor Lawrence, and you've got an offense that looks like it's ascending. The quickest way to sideline an ascending offense is not being able to protect your passer. So this is a smart move by Jacksonville to try to continue the flow and not have any disruptions up front.
I mean, it's big time. So this offense feels like they are, they're tasked with trying to catch up with the rest of the AFC. And the only way you catch up with the AFC is you got to be able to put up close to 30 points a game. When you think about their ability to trade for Calvin Ridley, to go with Christian Kirk, Zay Jones, and Evan Ingram, on the outside they have enough weapons. They have Travis Etienne in the backfield. The front line just needs to be solid so Trevor Lawrence can play point guard. And if he's solid and protected up front, he playing point guard, the Jaguars are going to score points. The suspension, I believe, certainly played a role in what the Jaguars were thinking. It wasn't front of mind in terms of them getting an offensive tackle, but when this comes down and they're losing their blindside tackle, they had to go and make a move.
If there wasn't that suspension, I'm just hypothetically, where do you think they would have gone?
I think they could have gone cornerback situation because the way they want to play, maybe Brian Branch from Alabama would have been in play. There had been some talk about maybe a tight end Michael Myers there. So now you have Evan Ingram, who could be your flex tight end. Yeah. You can do some other things because remember, Doug Peterson loves to run out 2 tight end sets. But you got to take care of it. Cam Robinson has 2 things going against him. He was hurt, then he had a suspension.
Yeah.
So at that point, you got to find somebody that can play.
And you can't go from, like to your point, ascending, knowing that you have something going that's working, all of a sudden that becomes a little bit of a liability when there's some other issues.
Lose all that momentum.
No doubt. I'm bummed we didn't get to talk about Cincinnati and what you thought that they could do. The reality is it doesn't really matter because we find out the answer right now.
With the 28th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Myles Murphy, defensive end, Clemson.
You know, you were joking while the commissioner was telling us Myles Murphy was the selection, the edge player out of Clemson, and it does make sense from a Cincinnati perspective. I think all of us, just for fun, wanted to see Jahmyr Gibbs in a Cincinnati uniform. Obviously doesn't happen. He gets drafted earlier in this draft by the Detroit Lions, but Murphy's their guy. Yay, nay, we like it?
I think it's solid. I mean, I think he's a base hit. You've got... You know, it's interesting because you got Trey Hendrickson and Sam Hubbard right now there, so it's not like you don't have some players there. I am interested. I need to go take a look at the contract for Sam Hubbard because Hubbard may be coming up. I don't know if they redid Hubbard or not, if they have another contract. If they did, it's kind of a curious move because they do need some help along the interior, defensive tackle. And I think Myles Murphy can carry more weight. He's tough and physical, and I'll be the first to tell you, I thought he could have played 5 technique for a 3-4 defense. He's that tough. I don't know that they're looking at having him add weight and play 3 technique, so I'm not sure where he fits in with what Cincinnati's doing.
No, but I think for Cincinnati, they're chasing the champs. They're chasing the Kansas City Chiefs.
Keep adding
and so
rush.
You think about the reason why they could not win the game is they couldn't get Pat Mahomes down when they needed to at the end. And the only way you can do that is you have to have a rotation of players to do it. Remember, they looked at Philadelphia, give them a little problems because they had that deep pass rush, so maybe they wanted to go after that.
Yeah. Philadelphia doubling down on that pass rush a little bit earlier in this draft. By the way, 2 picks in this first round. Philly coming up in just a bit. They have the 30th pick. In just a couple moments, though, the New Orleans Saints will find out who they will select, and then the Kansas City Chiefs will close us out of round number 1 of the NFL Draft. Night number 1 of the NFL Draft from Kansas City. 125,000 fans in that city in attendance for tonight's draft. 3 picks still left. It's the Saints, the Eagles, and the Chiefs. There was some speculation that the Eagles might not even keep their first 2 picks in round number 1. Mike Garafolo had said that to us on Total Access a couple different times. Right now, they still have it. We'll find out if there's a trade, but the Saints are on the clock. I'm going to throw this out there because we spend so much time on NFL Network talking about the quarterbacks. We've seen 3 now off the board: Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, and Anthony Richardson. And just in case you're wondering, Bryce Young, the first overall pick, C.J. Stroud going to the Texans, and Anthony Richardson, 4th overall, to the Colts. Are we having a quarterback conversation in these next 3 picks? Because if so, someone explain to me, is it one of those 3 teams, or is someone coming into the first round to grab one?
It'd have to be somebody coming in if anybody does it. But
you're not buying it. Neither one of you guys look.
We're
like
a television network, so we're always going to have conversations about quarterbacks.
No. Yeah, this is.
But I just don't see it here. Unless somebody trades in for a quarterback and really wants one, I just can't see it. I mean, the Saints obviously could look at a quarterback here in this spot.
But then they signed Jameis back. They did Derek Carr. I mean, we can go all.
The Derek Carr thing kind of eliminates it to me.
Yeah, you know, like.
Okay, so if it's not quarterback here for the Saints and not quarterback even in this first round, as we take a look at the Saints draft room, what makes sense from a New Orleans perspective?
Well, I mean, I think wide receiver makes some sense, but you don't have one on the board that makes a lot of sense. At tight end, I mean, for me, you got Juwan Johnson, Adam Troutman, Taysom Hill. I mean,
Michael Mayer.
Michael Mayer would make a lot of sense, and he's a good run blocker as well. And outside of that, I know they need defensive tackle help, which I'm not sure you're going to get a guy you love in that spot.
Okay, we'll find out if they're able to get one of those guys, and maybe it is a defensive player. We know the offense maybe makes some strides now with Derek Carr in the folds. Here's Commissioner Roger Goodell.
With the 29th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Brian Brzee, defensive tackle, Clemson.
Bucky, it seems like you were not surprised by the selection here.
I'm not surprised, but it was a player that I put a grade on. And sometimes in these things, you want to make sure that you put that your guys go when you give them a good grade. So this kid was the number 1 recruit in high school when he came out. He was a 5-star player. He had everything that you wanted to see. Goes to Clemson, has an up and down career, partially due to injuries and partially also due to an unfortunate situation with his sister. But when you see him flash, the flashes stand out in terms of the size, the strength, the power. He has some takeover ability, but it's inconsistent. And so if he's right, he could be a player that plays at a high level. It's just about him being right, locked in, and engaged.
Yeah, and I think you have to go back to his 2021 tape before his ACL injury because he is a better player. I thought he was in better shape. I thought he was a better player. He's kind of a squared off body type. He's a little different from a body type standpoint than you're used to from a defensive tackle standpoint, but he is a strong guy who always plays as fast as he can up the field. And I think the effort level is always going to be very, very high with him. He's very, very strong. I just think from a leverage standpoint and from a hand usage standpoint, he's got to do a better job of finding ways to pry open the edges is something he really needs to do a better job of. But for the Saints, they needed defensive tackle. They needed interior line help, and he was one of the last ones that could have plugged into the first round.
Well, we see his family and Brian himself also wearing that shirt, Ella Strong, and Bucky, you sort
his
of
dad looks like he lifts.
Right, just
his dad
a little
lifts.
bit there, yeah. His sister Ella passing away from cancer. So, a moment like this, I would imagine really bittersweet for the family. Obviously, they're thinking about Ella, the entire family wearing those pink shirts with the Ella Strong logo up in the front. So, look, kudos and congratulations to that family that has obviously had to endure a lot of personal tragedy. So you can celebrate now in a moment like this where Brian now is officially an NFL player that was taken in the first round, and he's going to a good football team that's got an opportunity here, guys, to even win the division now with elevated quarterback play, if we're going to call a spade a spade.
Well, I mean, I think they have to be coming in. This is what we'll see. Like, this is when Derek Carr has to show and prove.
Yep.
They have to be considered the favorites coming into the year based on the quarterback play. Derek Carr is an experienced quarterback, played for a long time. He might have the best supporting cast in terms of the entire team around him. He has to be able to get them to the winner's circle. And so they've added some weapons on defense to help them protect the lead. But Derek Carr is going to be what makes or breaks them in terms of being a contender.
Yeah, maybe Mike Thomas's health.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Mike Thomas's health may be just as much.
He hasn't been around for 3 years.
I know. It's been like.
Don't be mad at me, Mike, because I know you're coming at me. Don't be mad at me, but you haven't been around for 3 years, so I'm just saying.
I mean, we can look at the stats and find that out. The game start is low.
So the Saints.
Like, who's missing more in New Orleans, Zion or Mike Thomas?
Ooh.
Every time
I'm just saying.
Am I the only one who thinks Zion, and the only thing I think of is a foot breaking through a pair of shoes on the basketball court?
Oh, yeah.
And I can't ever get that one out of my head, and partly because he doesn't play a whole lot. The point is, this is an NFL draft show, so I will stick to the NFL, despite the fact that me and Bucky have been going back and forth and been a bad influence on you.
That's right.
That you were throwing out basketball analogies as well. But the Eagles are on the clock. We saw them earlier in this first round draft Jalen Carter. So it's pick 30 here. And by the way, they moved up a spot to go and get Jalen Carter, 9th overall. So they're helping out that interior defensive line. You guys mentioned what the problems potentially could have been for the Chiefs. So you tell me which the direction here with 2 picks. Team in the Super Bowl has got 2 first-round picks.
Let's get an edge rusher. Let's get somebody off the edge. We have Hassan Reddick in place. Brandon Graham was re-signed to a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
So we took care of inside when we got Jalen Carter to eventually replace Fletcher Cox. So now we need to add another pass rusher to backstop Josh Sweat.
They do. They need a defensive end. They need a pass rusher. Honestly, I mean, do you add another Georgia guy? Do you just basically build Georgia and go with Nolan Smith? I
Works
don't
well
know.
for college players.
I mean,
so.
you would literally have Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Nakobe Dean.
We can bring Kirby Smart to coordinate the defense. That's what we're going to do. We're just going to bring him.
You could. I'm going to throw the name out there. Another SEC guy, Brian Branch. They've got a need at safety as well. And Brian Branch is a very unique player in that he can play over the slot. He can play both safety positions. I think Brian Branch is also a very smart, capable football player who steps on the field quickly and gives you some of the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson elements in terms of how he can be aligned.
You know, from a philosophy standpoint, and I'd love to get your guys' take on this, the Eagles are a team, and I made reference to the report, and it wasn't an official report. Mike Garafolo was just speculating, and he's not the only one who did it, who said, hey, you know, the Eagles are not going to keep 2 first-round picks. They might trade down and get some assets. I'm just throwing this out there. You just signed Jalen Carter to a massive deal, right? You just got to the Super Bowl. Do you think that if that didn't happen, if they didn't get to a Super Bowl, maybe they trade out of the first round? Maybe they look at this and say, you know what, we're still pretty close. We lost some guys because of free agency. Let's get a couple more studs here and still try to see if we can make some runs over the next 2-3 seasons where they don't get to the Super Bowl. Maybe they are thinking a little bit more strategically long term.
No, I actually think they're thinking strategically long term because once you pay the quarterback, your defense has to be loaded with guys that are on cheap deals. And the cheap deals come from drafting guys. And so maybe you invest more in the draft. Hey, when the marquee positions on the football field, quarterback, offensive tackle, pass rusher, and maybe a playmaker on the outside. Well, there's not an offensive tackle that you can take. That's because that's a big money position. So maybe we go and get another pass rusher because that is a big money position that you avoid paying for 5 years if you take him in the first.
Well, let me ask you this, Bucky. So you brought Darius Slay back, but James Bradbury is, I mean, he's on a 1-year deal. Maybe you go Joey Porter Jr.?
Yeah. Epps gone.
Or does he not fit this scheme?
Well, you know, the scheme is changing. So are they going to continue to play zone? You got Matt Patricia in there muddying up the waters because he doesn't like Slay, so maybe.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. And he plays a lot of zone stuff. Like he played.
And they want to play zone. They want to keep the ball in front. See, that's not Joey Porter's game.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, too, I mean, I'm making reference to a couple of the safeties as well. Marcus Epps, who's now obviously playing with the Raiders. We mentioned C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who's now a member of the Lions. I'm with you. I think it's still defensive players that they go and maybe double down in this first round. Once again, we saw Jalen Carter go off the board here. I don't know, like if there's another athletic.
Well, there is. So they do have a need at guard, too, because the thought is, okay, look, this is it for Kelsey, and Cam Jurgens is likely to slip inside the center. One position that you could be looking at is Joe Tippmann or John Michael Schmitz. Both of them can fit in that offense. Tippmann has played some guard, so he could play guard, and you could move. Landon Dickerson would be another guard, and then you have Jurgen slide inside. That's one thing that they could do here.
Yeah, it's a really good point, too, because Isaac Seumalo going to Pittsburgh, that was a guy that was a real nice game changer for them on that offensive line. The attrition continues. They're reloading here in the draft. The pick is in. Here's Roger Goodell.
Joining me on stage now are some very special guests, content creators who you know from YouTube, Dude Perfect, and Jason and Travis's mom, Donna Kelsey.
With the 30th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith, linebacker, Georgia. Go Birds!
Are you ready? Blasted by Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith, edge, two-time college football playoff national champion.
Back-to-back huge plays for number 4.
Wow, that's what great pass rushers do, right?
High pressure rate, a guy that can get in front of quarterbacks or two quarterbacks. We saw that when he was healthy and out on the football field. I'm reading body language here. Lance, you took a deep breath when you saw this one.
Well, I mean, it's Georgia. The Eagles are basically saying, we know it works. Georgia guys work. Although they have to find that out still. To be fair, Jordan Davis didn't do a whole lot last year. Nakobe Dean is still unproven. You just drafted Jalen Carter. And now you have Nolan Smith. Now, Nolan Smith is a guy who has just incredible football character. He is a hard worker, and I think he's very strong at the point of attack. My issue with Nolan Smith is I don't think he's as good a rusher as he should be for the amount of juice he has and the way he tested. I don't always see that from a pass rush standpoint, but I think he plays like a 260-pound player when you watch him against the run. He's like 235 pounds, but, man, he sets a firm edge, and he is really tough on tackles who are like 80 pounds heavier, as you'll see in just about every play that we show. So he's got great closing speed. He is extremely physical as a run stopper, and I think he's got the potential and the traits to become a much better rusher. I think having him over there with a team who has had Hassan Reddick, they have an idea, hey, let's see if we can coach the same things out of him that Hassan Reddick has, and maybe, use Hassan Reddick in that same, have him help the kid out.
Well, I mean, this is a team that loves to utilize what we call the redshirt year, meaning have their top players play behind someone where they don't have to play. They can practice, they can learn, they can pick their brain, and then in year 2, they're ready to go. We saw that last year with Jordan Davis. We now will have opportunity to see it maybe with Jalen Carter and with Nolan Smith. And so the Philadelphia Eagles are in the position where they actually go to the grocery store when they're not hungry. And so they don't spend as much like they would. They don't have to pick out a need. They just go and get guys that help them. And so this is another blue chip player that they have an opportunity to develop.
Not to put you guys on the spot, but you guys are talking about production. I watched the combine just like everyone else. I saw him test off the charts. I saw what he was able to do at Georgia, win a national championship when he was healthy, be productive. But you guys aren't the only ones who will talk about some of the statistics on getting to the quarterback and maybe you want to see a little bit more production. Is there a guy that comes to mind that has that type of profile that ended up having a really big impact at the NFL level?
Well, Aldon Smith, he didn't have as much production in college.
Aldon Smith, and he was playing kind of out of position. And when he was taken early, it was a bit of a surprise. Trent Baalke took him early for the San Francisco 49ers, and it worked out for them. But normally, man, if you don't see the production in college, it is unlikely that you're going to see the production.
Well, especially if you have great athletic traits. The question would then, and you're surrounded by pro players. The question is, why didn't you have more production? And I think one of the things that comes to mind is, does a guy have natural hand talent? Does he have natural instincts to find counter rushers, find counters, based on what the offensive line's doing? Can he get to a rush plan? Does he instinctively create rush plans? Do you understand angles as a rusher? There's a lot of things that I think are innate for a lot of rushers who are really talented, and some of that definitely can be taught. So I think there's definitely still a chance here Nolan Smith becomes a really good rusher, but he is a good run defender.
You can't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. I made reference to the fact that he only played 8 games and he missed the final 7 because of a pec injury. I'm looking at the entire career log. He had 7 TFLs and 3 sacks in 8 games. Not for nothing, man. He plays 9 games, 10 games. He's shattering some of those numbers that he had career-wise in each season. So I don't know. Maybe the production is there if he's healthy. Look, he wasn't, so there's only so much of a case that you can make for him. I'm just trying to figure out, because it doesn't make sense to me. We see what the measurables are. We see how athletic he is, and you guys are right. Like, there should be more production.
So that's the thing that you talk about. You have to be able to separate the prospect from the player. The production isn't there for a player that we were talking about at one point. Remember, we were talking about him as a top 10 pick. Nolan Smith going 30, that's in line with what his grade should have been, which was a fringe first-round pick based on his talent and potential, but not necessarily his production. And so it works out. He would go in as a first-round pick, but he hasn't played. He hadn't played like a top 5 pick, which is what we were talking about partially after the combine, like he was going to be a top 10.
All right, Chiefs on the clock. We'll get to them in a second. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked about another team that had 2 picks, and that was Seattle. What's the narrative? What should it be? They get Jalen Carter and they get Nolan Smith. What do we make of day one for the Eagles?
Well, I think they're swinging on. They're swinging on traits. They're swinging on pedigree.
Yeah.
And I think it's different things for different players. The tape is great for Jalen Carter. For Nolan Smith, it's really good and solid.
Remember, they got Witherspoon. So Seattle got Witherspoon.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Eagles.
Eagles, and their picks.
Yeah, the 2 picks for the Eagles, like 2 picks like Seattle had 2 picks.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so you have a guy with great tape in Jalen Carter. Then you have a guy with great traits in Nolan Smith. But I'll tell you something else that's interesting. Nolan Smith, consider this too. Nolan Smith was on the same team with Jalen Carter when he was at his best, and Nolan Smith is known for being a very high character guy. So this may be yet another pick to try to surround Jalen Carter with guys who know him and guys who can be positive influences in his same age group as well. Besides being a need.
They're always going to hang together. Yeah. So when you think about, you bring them in, Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, or whatever, those 4 guys are going to hang together at the facility and away from the facility.
It's actually a really good, interesting point here. We get these, and I've made reference to it a couple times. On NFL Total Access, we get these players. You guys spend time with them in Indianapolis. You get more one-on-one time. This is usually virtual, so they're on a Zoom. You get them for like 2-3 minutes before the interview. You don't get a ton of time. There's some guys that cut through, and you can tell, really affable. You want to be around him. Bijan Robinson recently, definitely one of those dudes. Nolan Smith, I had him the other week, and I came away from that interview, and I was like, he's a really nice kid, and he does cut through.
So at the Combine, I was in the Panini suite where players were having their Panini game cards made, and he comes out of the booth, and walks right over to our table. It was me, a guy from Panini, a sports marketing guy, and one other guy, my man, Question. So anyway, he's from San Antonio. He does food trucks. He's Question. Don't worry about it. That's his name. So anyway.
I'm getting hungry.
So anyway, this motley crew is all sitting there. He comes over, gentlemen, how are we doing? I'm Nolan Smith. And it's like, wow, this is a professional. Yeah. He just came right over and he just carries himself different. You know what I mean? And then when you start hearing stories out of Georgia about his football character, it all makes sense. He's kind of a dude, and I think he's got a chance to be an alpha in that locker room.
It is sort of fascinating. And some people might be watching us right now and saying, well, you know what? Hey, it's a job interview. These guys are going to, turn it on and flip that switch. A, not everyone can flip the switch.
No.
And B, the ones who do don't always do it. Like, how many you guys, you're evaluating hundreds. Both of you guys.
What's he flipping the switch for 4 straight years at Georgia?
100%.
It's who he is. They'll tell you that's who he is. You want to know a tricky pick here, since this is the last one?
Yeah.
Mr. Irrelevant of the first round.
So
I heard a while back from a guy who just said, Lance, stick Jalen Hyatt at pick 31, and you're going to look smart. And I'm like, oh, are you sure? He's kind of Marquez Valdez-Scantling, the same type of guy. And he said, no, plug him in. That's who I think they'll go with. So we'll see. I mean, they have an older tight end right now, and they may look to go Michael Mayer, but he's not dynamic.
So it's interesting that you mentioned this. I was floored by this stat. Our research team is the best in the business, and I wish I could remember verbatim the exact number. But the Kansas City Chiefs, for all the explosive plays that you think about, in terms of air yard touchdowns, they were either like the last or second to last in the NFL, which made me exactly, that's what I said. I actually asked them 3 times to double check it, and they were like, Yammer, it's right. So I thought Hyatt could be the pick. We'll find out if it is. Here's the commissioner, Roger Goodell.
How about it, Kansas City? With the 31st pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Felix Enrique Uzama, defensive end, Kansas State.
Oh. So I got lied to. So
was it Hyatt?
I'm going to text that guy and tell him to lose my number.
Defense, to be honest with you, I thought wide receiver was going to be the selection for the Kansas City Chiefs. They instead go with the kid out of.
You want all wideouts. You just want all the wideouts.
Do we even play defense?
What's defense?
Yeah.
It's just score.
So you got to remember, they lose Frank Clark. They lost Frank Clark. Chris Jones has the bump inside. Yes, last year you took George Karlaftis, but they don't really have a complimentary pass rusher on the other side. And if Chris Jones
Remind me who the quarterbacks are in the AFC now?
Oh, man, just like a ton of them. It's like quarterback. And so now they get FAU, high-energy player off the edge. The effort's going to be there. And the production they got out of George Karlaftis, another high-energy guy, they're going to face so many teams that are chasing points that their effort is going to get them a lot of garbage sacks.
He's kind of fun to watch. Some teams are split on him, but I like him. I think he's going to end up being a really good player. He needs some time, though. FAU, Enrique Uzoma, is, I mean, hair's on fire. The entire game. Everything is going as hard as he can, but the balance isn't great because he doesn't really have a plan. He just knows this is where I need to be, and I need to get there as fast as I can with as much intensity as I can. And so what you have is a guy who's not really that skilled with his hands yet, but he gets there because of effort. And you look up, and he's in the backfield all the time.
Yeah. Kansas City Chiefs, by the way, 10 picks in this draft. Their next one comes tomorrow, the 63rd overall pick in the second round, and they got a third rounder as well. They have 2 fourth-round picks. So the point is there is some.
I'm going to predict they move all the way up the board and get Jalen Hyatt in the early second round.
Doubling down on a wide receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs, and it almost feels like it doesn't matter who's playing wide receiver. They just produce. Time for Snap Grades, presented by NFL Sunday Ticket, now exclusively on YouTube and YouTube TV. Is there a pick that you happen to like maybe the best?
Oh, man. I'm going big on the Detroit Lions and Jahmyr Gibbs because Jahmyr Gibbs gives the Lions something that they didn't have. They have a terrific, electric, and explosive runner out the backfield who can give you the tough yards, but, man, he can make it sizzle in the passing game. I'm just having this vision of Jared Goff throwing the ball all over the yard. You got your little playmaker, Amon-Ra St. Brown. You got all the Jameson Williams coming back. You have enough young weapons. This offense can grow together. I'm excited about it.
I like Christian Gonzalez. I mean, he's one of my favorite cornerbacks. He's my cornerback one. And so now Bill Belichick gets his hands on another Stephon Gilmore-type cornerback with outstanding athleticism, good length, good strength. He's a guy that I think has the ability to play at a substantially higher level than players who don't have his physical traits. And look, they've got a bunch of small corners over there right now. They needed some size, and I think he gives them size. It fell to them. They moved back. I mean, they really handled the draft well to still land Christian Gonzalez. Smart move by New England there in the first round.
Okay, so it's easy to point to the two players and say, hey, their teams won the draft. Can I just throw the Houston Texans out there? I mean, they got considerably better, and they made the move, right? They took the quarterback that I think people weren't sure they would go and take, and then they said, you know what? No, we're taking a defensive guy, and we're going to move up to go and get him.
We're going to get what the fans wanted, what the owner wanted, and what the team wanted all in one move. And so, yeah, what they were able to do was pretty strong. There's a lot of good players you can see still on the board for tomorrow. I know you and I are going to be knocking it out.
Yeah.
Bucky's going to be busy on another platform, and Cynthia will be here. But you look at the guys that are still on the board. Michael Mayer still on the board. Joey Porter Jr. When does the next quarterback go off, and who is the next quarterback to go off?
Osiris Torrance, because we were just talking about offensive linemen. Just knowing the scarcity that we saw, at least in round number 1, fair to assume he might be one of the first few?
Had to be something to come out normally because he was so highly thought of. Had to be something medical, had to be some other stuff.
And he only fits gap scheme teams. Like, it's a very specific scheme fit, and he's a bigger, slower guy. So, whoever gets him is going to get a guy who's very strong and tough. His best tape is against Jalen Carter. So keep that in mind.
You and I get it going tomorrow.
Yes,
I know
sir.
you won't be here, so I will ask you very quickly here. Will Levis, will he hear his name called tomorrow?
Oh, he'll hear it tomorrow, yes.
Okay.
He'll hear it tomorrow.
So it's not like, it's a slide, but it's not like a free fall. Lance is like, I don't know about that.
I remember when we said that about Malik Willis.
Come on, tomorrow, Malik would have got picked tomorrow's third round.
Oh, yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, 2 and 3.
I was thinking round 2. Yeah, you're right.
Way to cushion
He'll
yourself
hear his
on
name
that
tomorrow.
one.
He'll hear his name tomorrow. You're right.
Round number 1 officially in the books. It was an absolute blast being with you. We got you covered. 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific tomorrow for day number 2.